have my glasses on. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Do you know who I am? I got the wrong glasses on. Why do I change the glasses? Well, I can see better with these ones, and you can, I don't know, I like them. I've always liked them. All right, we're live on YouTube. There we go. It's in my ear now. And wow, 7 of you. My chat's full before I got here. Canada, all of you, thank you. Thank you. You must like something. Maybe it's, I don't know, the background. But I'm really, really glad you're all here. Really, really glad. Good morning, Prairie. First Prairie, good morning. Hope you had a good dinner. I know you left and when you made some dinner. I hope it was nice for the family. Hope you enjoyed it all. Was it farmer sausage? Good morning from Beaton. Good morning, Terry. Very, very happy you returned. Really nice to see you. I'm going to send you a new link because, Terry, every day there's a different link. So I'll email you a link. I see that you got your link from yesterday, but I'll send you a link for today, and then maybe we'll get you on for one of the breaks. Take care, bud. Good morning. You guys are lovely to each other. Yep. Look at that. It's a family. It's like a family. It's a family of freedom. Freedom family. Good morning, folks. What you don't know is staggering. You're here nice and early. You're here for the whole day. We've got Tamara doing the morning, and we've got Jeremy today. Real interesting interview by Rupa Subramya, a lawyer with Ari Goldkind, giving his overview of the inquiry. Interesting objective point of view plus new revelations, at least for me. Yeah, there's going to be so much. There's going to be so much. I'm a single human being. And if I was to actually cover every single moment, well, the covering of the moment would be longer than the moment. Therefore, when you add it all together, they're 10 hours. We're going to be like 30 or 40 hours if I did that. I'm doing my best to try and get all the big nuggets. It's bounced around that brain of mine. And yeah, I would love even to interview or work with other people who are streaming and watching it like I am. I think it would be a lovely thing to do because we all have point of views and they're going to be different and we can work on them. Remember Thomas Carey? Yeah, from the OPP commissioner. He was asked in the House of Commons Special Committee last night if the convoy presented a threat to national. He said yes, absolutely. Really? What does Thomas know that we don't know? What does he know that he didn't talk about? I think we're going to find out with the national security question, or at least with the claim of it, over the next couple of weeks, right? Thank you for sharing that and passing it on. We are being played. Interim Chief Bell was there and unable to answer the most basic questions regarding numbers of trucks, tow trucks, and arrests. Well, do keep in mind the House right now is dominated by the wrong side. Placating. It's the wrong side. If you want real transparency and justice, we're going to have to redo all of these in the 45th. So maybe some patience on this one. What you don't know is staggering. You're kind of letting the wolf take care of itself right now. We would use this inquiry. Well, I would go through every single line of this one, see what came out of it too, and bring it in. But don't get too excited right now. We have to do other things. 45th is where the real work is going to have to happen. Actually, and you are all... this morning was really cool for me and with you guys. I went to my Twitter and 4 of you sent me the Preston Manning link. So that means I think 4 of you are in here and 4 of you heard the video and 4 of you passed me the link. Thank you. Thank you. This is exactly, as a journalist, what I need and the kind of help I need. Crowd journalism. You know, you'll find stuff, bring details to me and help me. I don't have a staff. This is great. So thank you very much for that. And also a couple of you suggested that maybe I put my name forward for commissioner. They're looking for commissioners for this inquiry. So let me go and pull this up for you. Let's do that right now because my original instinct was, well, no. They typically look for lawyers, judges, people that have lots of experience. So my initial was no, because would I qualify? Let me try and find that link now. Public inquiry. Sorry, I went and sent out my message to everybody, and then I lost a couple members. I know what I can do here. Oxy. James sent it to me. Thank you, James. There you are, bud. And there's the link. All right. Yeah, thank you, James. You were the first one I saw this morning. So thank you, James. All right, let me open this window for you. So first of all, this is an inquiry into the COVID stuff, I believe. And of course, it's super, super important. Okay. Of course, if you got the time and the desire, come sign the petition. Okay. But a couple people said in my Twitter, would you consider commissioner? I did take a look because why not? Take a look. Well, they're looking for credible, independent, and competent. I think I step up for that. I've went through the overview. The eligibility is where I just skipped to pretty quickly to see what they're looking for. And Canadian citizens? Yep, I'm one of those, over 18. All right, and then submit a completed questionnaire. That's it. Well, I can do a little bit of work. So took a closer look at competence because I want to make sure I'm not wasting anybody's time. Really, really, really want to make sure I'm not wasting anybody's time. But if you take a look at it, I actually think I can. I do have law. Okay, I do have a law degree. Public policy, you're all here for that. We're talking about this now. Ethics, that's subjective, but I have no violations on any board or any association I'm a member of. And you're all here for the journalism. So one of the criteria for this, if we're to suggest someone, is you can either do it yourself or other people can. But what you need to do is get the consent from the person before you do it. If you fill out knowing this, I don't think you're helping yourself. So yeah, I'll give consent. If you all think I should put my name forward, this is an independent commission. They're looking for, I believe, 5 commissioners that will sit. They're looking for straight up Canadians, not in a party, independent. You know, there's a lot of check marks there. And if you feel confident that I would be able to perform these duties, please be my guest. Go ahead and fill it in. I will have to give you some information because they require my birthday, February 14th, 1977. What I'm going to do is put that somewhere for you, and any other details that may come up. It looks like your best bet would be to use my LinkedIn profile to fill in some of the stuff. For some reason, they get the person who's submitting the application to fill in quite a bit of details, but they're looking for qualified people. So if you're up for it, I would consent to it. You can go to my website at yellowhead.vote, and here it is. And what you'll find on here is the link to LinkedIn, which will be handy. So under feeds, so social feeds and all that, here's where you can find me. LinkedIn would be your best bet for all the background information that they're looking for in that application form. Because in here, you'll find a lot more about me, including the work experience and all that jazz. So if that's something you want to do, be my guest, submit it. I'll submit mine. I'll be sending my CV so they have full details on me. And maybe this is something that can add some benefit. I'm really excited about the inquiry itself, so we'll be following it. Of course, they should be streaming this. I couldn't even imagine they would think otherwise. So if that's the case, for sure, we'll be following it. And maybe they find some value and find 5 Canadians. And if I'm called upon, I would be quite honored, frankly. So thank you very much to my DM insiders who brought this to my attention. I really appreciate it. It was great to see that this morning. And then coming into here to see all of you here. It's been a wonderful morning. It's Friday. We're going to have some fun today. We're looking at doing the Brady Bunch tonight. So for those of you watching, if you stuck all the way to the end, which is several hours from now, we're going to try and get 9 guests on here from the chat, from the tube of the U, from the good stuff. Please don't cause me a headache with any inappropriate things. I trust this is a great crowd, so we'll be all right. But yeah, we're going to give it a shot. Let's chat. Let's talk. We'll go over the day. We got Jeremy today. So Mackenzie Diaglon, he's scheduled for today. It's listed for today. There's only one question left. Where is he today? We'll see him, but are we see him there or are we see him over the air? We'll find out. But anyway, staggering. I watched a bit of that last night. When did that start? Yeah, I'm missing a couple of these later nights events. Sorry. Winter's coming. Winter's here. We're almost done. And then I'll have more evening time. I'll be catching up a lot this weekend for videos for you all. Sorry about that. Good morning, Connie. Nice to see you. The timestamp. Sorry, I saw temp there. Good morning, folks. Azario, welcome back, bud. Yeah, welcome back, bud. Good to see you. I'm always here all day. I just try to keep my comments to a minimum. Don't self-censor. Don't self-regulate. You can chat as much as you want. We're going to work out a system where Railroaded or my wife or both will be starring comments because they're starting to get plentiful, which is a good problem to have. But the problem I have is I don't want to miss any of the messages. So we'll be doing some curating of them to make sure we can get them going and get them up and get them addressed. Rupa's great. Okay, cool. Would love to grab a coffee with her someday. Good morning. Everybody's saying good morning, everybody. Prairie, no farmer sausage. Oh, you did have it, so you do know what I mean. You know what I mean. Great. So you had it the other day. Do you butterfly it? Do you bake it? Do you fry it? Do you barbecue it? It's like the shrimp from Forrest Gump. There's so many different ways to treat that farmer sausage. But whatever you do, don't throw it away. You eat it. It's wonderful. And chicken last night. Cool. I'm single and no one home anymore. That's all good. You know, enjoy your life. To cook for. We are here because of you, my friend. Oh, Prairie. Love you too. I hope you make it tonight. I hope you join the Brady Bunch. We'll look at your flower. We'll look at your face. Whatever you want to give us. Good morning, Ellen. Yep. Good morning, all. Good morning, Ellen. Good to see you. Good morning. Look at you. You're all a family now, right? We're all a family. Smash that like button. There we go. Look at that. Share with your friends and your foes. Share with everybody. Friends and foes. Foes could probably learn a few things here because we're empathetic. We understand. We don't hate them. We are just willing to help them. So yeah, send it to your foes too. We got to get them back over. Give it a go for sure, Jason. Why not? Why not? Why not? At first, my instinct was to probably, you know, they take them from judges. They take them from, and judges have to be lawyers. And I'm just a baby lawyer. I'm not a real lawyer. I'm just well, in their eyes, a paralegal. But, you know, if I ever had to go toe-to-toe with one of them, they wouldn't see me as a baby anything. So, yeah, okay. A couple people hit me up. Thank you, Prairie. That is the link. Sorry. I might even put in a ticker for you to just make sure you have it all. Thank you, Prairie. Let me go pin that. Prairie. There we go. I'm going to pin you. There you go. Thank you, Prairie. Anyone see Victor sparring with? Was he? He should be, because he didn't. He has some pros and cons. You know, overall, I think BJ. He's a character. Okay, like if this was TV, we would have that kind of character in there. He's fun. He's exciting. He's opinionated. He is culturally diverse, and he's very connected, and he's very open. There's a lot of really cool things about him. But he's also inexperienced on a board. He doesn't have professional ethics yet. He hasn't developed them to the point where he understands the difference between morality and ethics. There is a difference, unfortunately, but fortunately, because ethics is meant to remove all bias, whereas morality is nothing but bias and a guide to use your bias properly. But ethics is a separate thing, and it's difficult. I saw people struggle with that in law school because that was an entire section, how to do that. And It's not easy, and it's a process, and you got to learn it. So BJ probably hasn't had that experience yet, and it kind of showed because he did do some things that he shouldn't have. And I've been going through it some more. So we have this core group, Tom, Tamara, Keith, Chris. We've got this core group, and then we have Pat, Bridget, and now BJ, which we'll call, originally very closely connected. Pat was part of the convoy, brought a bunch of trucks. Bridget was the founder, the true spark, the true igniter of the entire thing. If it wasn't for that video, we would have needed a different one, because we needed to be compelled at that point, and that was the straw that broke the camel's back. So Bridget was the founder, the spark, basically the heart of everything. And then we have BJ, who came along, did some social. He was early. He was with Tamara early. So we have these three people who were very important to what was going on at the early stages that were kind of on the outs at some point. I don't want to get into the politics between them because I don't know it. We still have some more testimony to hear. But it does appear that there was a core group that went into the making an organization, making a foundation, making sure that the legalities were put in place, and then basically claiming the recipient rights to fundraising. Okay. I can see how Bridget and Pat and others didn't like that, because maybe they felt that that's not how this should have worked, where another group stepped up, surrounded themselves around Tamara, and then boom, the millions are being directed to them. So I can see that. But something that I realized last night that I didn't bring up was Pat, Bridget, and BJ. All three of them scuttled the city deal. All three of them posted, said, or did something that said the city deal was fake. So Bridget took a picture of it and tweeted or posted or sent out her message and said, this is fake. Pat did the exact same thing. And then BJ used Tamara's account to do the exact same thing. So three of them got together, or not, maybe just completely coincidental, that all three of them who were on the outs, all three of them scuttled the same message, which was city deals active, move to Wellington, we can make this peaceful. I don't know, maybe Netflix needs to get involved, figure out all the different characters and stuff and make a series out of it. Because yeah, now that we've gone through some testimony and heard from BJ, Bridget, and Pat, all three of them talked about scuttling that message. And as we all know, scuttling of that message caused so much confusion that the next day or the second day after, 1 or 2 days after, EA was dropped. Again, not saying coordination. I'm just saying coincidence at this stage. That's something that hit me last night, because Pat too scuttled that message, and he said it was fake news, and he did the video, fake news, right? That's the video where he scuttled the message. Bridget took a picture and sent it out, and BJ used Tamara's account to do the same thing. So make of that what you will. None of that's EA relevant. I think that's just all pretty interesting what's happening in the dynamic of the protester group. I think it's pretty interesting. And I think there's 10 million reasons why that happened. Just my take on that one. Yes, I butterfly sometimes. Great. That's how I do it too. I butterfly it, and then I have HP sauce on a bun. That's my favorite way. And if I'm feeling really fun, I put hot sauce. Oh, Prairie, you got me going now. Cool. Half are saying Fed, the other half are attacking the one calling him a Fed. Twitter is not. And they look, I just went through there. I don't know, because certainly I didn't see anything and I don't understand. But what we do know, Pat is the exception. No, Bridget too. So BJ is the only one without bank account problems. Okay. That's a fact. There's nothing to hide from that. We didn't see the Canadian Civil Liberties Association talk to him. Civil Liberties Association talk to him. He didn't say it, and he didn't mention it. You don't have to be a Fed for that to happen at all. Like, you could just be, they have a list of people, and maybe he just didn't make it. Okay. He was just so far down the list of important people they identified. And maybe they were wrong. Maybe the government misidentified him, put him down the list or something. But that's also possible. He just wasn't part of the 60, the original 60 that they were targeting. I think that's the number Freeland said. They targeted 60 people. So maybe. But I can't say. But there will definitely be lots of speculation around it because there's definitely reason to speculate. He wasn't picked up. He scuttled through her message. He didn't say nice things even about Pat. Does that mean they didn't work together? Or is that one way to distract any relationship you might have? You attack each other so people don't think you did it. Any of you watch Big Brother? Huh? UK version, US version, Canada version? You understand how normal people can get kind of kooky and alliancey and do weird things, right? Just saying. Morning, Freedom folks. Railroaded. Good morning. Toot toot. We'll do a toot toot and a honk honk for Railroad. Railroad. Good morning, Ellen. And also had another. My brain sometimes, the way it works is I'll put a bunch of information into it and then rest, usually at night, and it comes up with something. One of the recommendations that I think might be coming is protesting zones or protesting area. Why that would actually be a good idea, especially for like Ottawa, is let's say they established a zone around Parliament. I don't know, several blocks, a couple streets, established a zone. No barriers or anything like that, but just a zone. Put up signs and they say demonstration zone or protest zone, blah, 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 blah. The idea there isn't so much to limit protesters, although that would be the implied idea, but not the actual legal requirement. It's not a way to legally boundarize the zone. But what it would do is give residents and businesses notice that they've entered a known protest zone. Very similar to airports. When you are near an airport, you will have signs all over the place that says this is an airplane path, this is an airport path. And when you buy property near the airport, you're doing so knowing you're buying an airport. It's going to be a little bit louder. And that's an inconvenience that you understand when you get into it. So if Ottawa did that and they made this area around Parliament and declared it or called it or labeled it a protest zone, it's not a legal requirement for people to stay in there to protest, but it definitely is noticed for the businesses and residents. This way going forward, you don't have a claim when a protest is loud. Because you work and live in the protest zone by choice, you're now on notice. It's a protest zone. That's part of the luxury of having what likely would be lower cost real estate. Just like the airport, it's the closer you get to the airport, the lower cost, the lower desired the real estate becomes. So that would be the downfall. But I think that's public notice to the residents and the businesses in the area around where a protest is known to gather. And that could be a recommendation. Ottawa, capitals, so Toronto, Queen's Park, establish protest zones for the purpose of notifying residents and businesses that it exists and there is likely going to be a protest in the future in that area. But not a limitation to people. So if the protest grows so big, c'est la vie, deal with the protest. You should deal with the protest. That's the best way to get rid of it. All right. No, it's not a free speech zone. No, Ellen. So that's why I'm being clear. So hopefully I didn't make you think that. This is a notice to the residents and businesses, not protesters. And just like airplane zones, airport zones. So not a free speech zone. I am dead against those. There's a lot of countries that make those and they put them in the middle of nowhere. Okay, so no. That's not what we're talking about here, Ellen. I'm talking about a notice to the residents and businesses, the Paul Champ or Chump's clients, that group, because they can't complain next time. So the next inquiry, there will be no Paul Champ. There will be no residents and businesses because they've all been put on notice that they're in a protest zone. So, Ellen, the reverse of that. We get our freedom. We get our zone, not a zone, but we get not attacked by the residents as long as we're all super loud in a super area in the area right by the Parliament. This is where I'm getting with. I don't think the protesters would have to limit themselves to that zone. But if they're outside that zone, those residents could do what the residents did this time, which would be complain, file complaints, get the bylaw involved, and then actions could be, encourage them to move. It's a tough one, Ellen, right? But I think if there's a requirement to give notice to the residents and businesses, it might help. They have done that for protest. Yeah. No. I don't want a free speech zone. I want free speech zone exists. It exists already. It's called Canada. So everywhere, except private residence. But you know what I mean. Everywhere is a free speech zone. I'm talking about notifying the residents and the businesses so they can't have litigation. They waive their liability by living in that zone. That's where I'm going with that one. Cool. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of those, especially around the world. Yeah, well, no, listen, Ellen, I'm not wrong. I'm not going to push and fight that one because you're not wrong. I'm just trying to find a way to keep certain groups out of court, and I think the residents, the Paul Champ world, this is really aimed at them. It's to give them notice to move or live with it, nothing more. But then I am full agreement with us funding fathers that warned against a Bill of Rights for the same reason. Whew, I like you, Ellen. Now you're talking founding fathers and Bill of Rights. So are you American, Canadian, American? But same deal. Okay, cool, Ellen. Yeah. And it's a delicate situation and topic too, right? Because I do think they're going to put in physical barriers. I think the city is going to put in barriers for certain roads and arteries that pop out of the ground. Because they're going to trigger the stop traffic button, and then boom, that's what's going to happen. We're not going to be able to stop that. They got that kind of right. But litigation. I want to get rid of the Paul Champ's $400 million litigation. That also really hurt the all of them because he served them all, and all of a sudden now you're under litigation. That's not cool. It sucks. Except it has already been zoned and people have invested. Cause a real. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be a fun process, Terry, especially the people there. They're going to complain about loss of value of property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. And it's kind of sucks that it would be coming retroactive. You know, now here's the thing, Terry, when they build an airport, they retroactively rezone because people lived there before the airport went there. So this is not an unknown process. And the idea would also be keep it reasonable, that zone area, to maybe audible limits. So if they go on to Parliament Hill, do 100 decibel something, how far does that really go before it becomes a non-issue? And then just go about there, somewhere around there, like a block or two. Keep it small because, yes, there's going to be loss of value issues. But, Terry, we know how to deal with these. We build airports all the time and put them into areas that already have people. But we got to do something so we can keep these people out of court and causing these kind of problems. Good morning, friends. Good morning, Denise. Hey, Joe. Yeah, square meter and Convoy thereabouts. So that's a lot of no limits. Yeah, and of course, and Joe, what they're going to tell you, what they want to do is they want to take 9 million of square miles of those, square kilometers of those, and say, go protest there. And they want to protect 1 million, which will be just all the cities. But yes, Joe, that's 100% right. Everywhere in Canada, you're free to do that, except private residence. And away you go. It's going to be 20. Oh, you're so lucky. We're just going to break zero, I think. Railroaded, same thing. We're just going to break zero. Do morning things. Good morning. Terry, you got another comment? According to Champ in his questioning yesterday, there have been larger protests downtown. Yeah, he screwed up on that. He said we have at least a dozen protesters as large every year. It's not true. Like, he's just uttering things because he was frustrated. But there's 200 protests a year in Ontario, Terry. That came out during OPP. They deal with 200 protests a year in Ontario. And a good chunk of those are going to be in Toronto and Ottawa. So, yeah, they have protests all the time. And they know how to deal with it. They don't know how to deal with a peaceful one that they can't give a resolution to. That was a problem here. There was no way for them to give the resolution because the PMO said, don't talk to us. And they were willing to stay. So I think that was the different dynamic in this one for them. Doesn't mean they can still do what they did. I think now we're all going to learn that protest and that style of protest is going to be effective, and we'll do it again. Legal? It was legal the first time. I think now the other side will learn what the legal part is. Good morning, Jeremy. Yes, Denise. Looks like a spring day here too. You guys are awesome. Weechee's here. Good morning, Weechee. God bless everyone from Western Prairie Town. Good morning, Weechee. Nice to see you. Okay, let me get the stream ready. I don't want you to miss a second because we got Tamara this morning. It's awesome. We got Jeremy. Is it going to be video? Is it going to be in person? It's not in camera. I believe Prairie found that there was a request for in camera that was denied. And Prairie, if you can find out who denied that, that would be cool. Or not who denied, that would be the commission, but who filed that petition? Was it the government? Was it Jeremy? I don't think it'd be Jeremy. If it's the government, that'd be quite telling. Why do they want to keep him quiet? Or at least not public? There we go. All right. Hey, Brendan. Hey, Brendan. We like Brendan, but I would say his last couple of days, more strategy, and I got to see where the rest is coming from to have more comment on it. But he's seemed a little bit frustrated with a couple of them so far, and that they're definitely working on other issues that should not and probably will not be brought up in here. Speaking of rules around protesting, I got kicked off Parliament Hill by PPS for using sidewalk chalk. Well, that's not reasonably destructive, so they shouldn't be complaining about that. But it is vandalism, whether you like it or not, Jeremy. It is vandalism because unless you have their permission and you clean it, they're going to have to clean it, and it was without their permission. So that means it's vandalism by the law. So that would be one reason. It could also be mischief if they've asked you not to do it. And as Tamara's finding out.
There are not?
Oh, here they are. They're here. Wow. Seems like it's early, but here we go. Thank you. Pretty nice of the commissioner to do that there, wasn't it? Give that break early. I am liking him. I am liking the commissioner. You know, there's a couple little things, the mask, the liberal question that he dodged. Well, he's not need to answer questions, but I like him. He's not making me feel uncomfortable. Let's put it that way. He's not making me feel uncomfortable. We'll see after the report how I feel, but right now he's not making me feel uncomfortable. Who is making me feel uncomfortable is David W. David Wazia, whatever. Holy moly. Ottawa Police Services. David M. Dude, are you and Paul Champ vying for the worst lawyer trophy here? That was not cool, man. We're all seeing that same theme, aren't we? That they're trying to say that for some reason a single organization or group of leaders, a single one, is responsible for 100% of people. Tamara, thank you very much for not, losing your cool and just sticking to the I don't control anyone narrative, because that's the truth. We don't control anyone. And through the OPS's questions, are they not asking or demanding or requiring Canadians to be totalitarian against each other? It's what it sounds like to me. Am I hearing it wrong? They're coming out and saying, hey, could you force? Actually, that was Government of Canada that used the word force. She said, would you have been able to force, or could you have forced? And then she said, what? And you had to reword the question. And then she reworded it to try to pull it out of my memory again. Persuade or be able to persuade or something along those lines. She took the word force out the second time. But look at that mindset. What do you mean, Government of Canada? You're asking Tamara questions on whether or not she could have forced thousands of independent people to do anything? You can't. You can't, Canada. What are you doing? What's with that mindset? Force? To leave? And your question with OPS, it looks like you guys really think that when a protesting group is now legally responsible for finding out who's there, their backgrounds, what other intel do they have? What a really weird question from David to say, are you aware that there's other people and organizations with more intelligence and information on intelligence than you may have access to? David? Is the sky blue? What kind of question is that? What do you mean? Are you aware that there's other people that know more about you or more about stuff? Of course. This is an amateur protest. What are you expecting them to do? Set up their own Convoy intelligence agency, and they're going to start background checking anybody that sends a donations or says Hong Kong? Wow, you are incredible. Both of you, OPS and the Government of Canada, incredible. The people that had the smartest questions today so far has been the City of Ottawa and OPP. by saying we have no questions. Those are the smartest questions so far, because for what? You're literally questioning a peaceful legal protest participant. Wow, this is blowing my mind. Either I'm in a bubble, I'm in a bubble here with you guys, or they're just really, really stretching and really trying hard. Sorry, David really frustrated me with some of his questions. I don't know, saw me flailing in the background and stuff like that. But wow, he had nothing. He shouldn't have been up there. He didn't pull anything out other than making it look really bad for him. Putting documents in front of her that she's never seen or had access to, and saying, "Hey, you agree with everything people are talking about in here? Good job, Brendan." Like, it's incredible. And of course, you wouldn't see a lot of this in a court. There's obviously a lot of flexibility here. Hearsay, speculation, that was happening on day one. Evidence being presented to witnesses who've never had it. Evidence is not even being authenticated. So typically you're supposed to authenticate the evidence before you can use it. Meaning, how do you know that it wasn't just made today? So the original author has to say, I wrote that, or somebody said I received that. But they're skipping that too. And then Brendan, you heard him a little frustrated. He had a little hot mic. I think he said, geez, or something like that. Because David knows better. He knows better, but he's also very, very much reaching because he doesn't have anything there. Denise, what's this about a political prisoner? Sorry, I got a couple starred ones I want to go to. So sorry there, Jim. I'll put you up there. I'm catching up fast, skipping through repeated testimony. I'm up to. And Jim, another secret is put it at double speed. You can play it at double speed. So if you don't mind hearing a lot faster, you can get through it even quicker. I want to go to this question from John. John, so I started to look into this. If the government can prove beyond reasonable doubt the convoy had no peaceful purpose, nor leadership, and Lynch and company were acting independently to their own benefit, insurrection may be proven. John, I don't know how you got to insurrection. How did you get to insurrection? You had me at the beginning there. You would have to show that no peaceful purpose was insurrection. And you also need to have the act. I don't think there's a charge of attempted insurrection. There might be stuff about coordinating and doing stuff. Depends if you're doing threats, uttering threats, getting supplies you shouldn't have your hands on. Like you'd have to do quite a bit of actual action, mens rea, in order to, have a criminal charge. Now, attempted insurrection, is that a thing? Planned insurrection, is that a thing? Thinking about insurrection, is that a thing? I don't think so. So they would have needed to insurrect, which means go and with force enter the place of government. So even thinking about it, planning it, going there, talking about it, even all of that wouldn't have been enough. You would have to do it. Mens rea and actus reus. You need both. You can't just have one for criminal. Actus reus, criminal intent, you intend to, and mens rea, you've done it. So you need both. So unless they actually entered, I don't think so, John. But you think the government's trying to paint that? Are they trying to convince people? I don't think there's anybody for them to convince. They're not going to convince us because we know what happened. And the other people are already convinced because Prime Minister just told them to. So I don't know. Terry, you got some good ones here too again. Yeah. So I don't think we've seen his best. We saw a lot of good Brendan at the beginning, the first few days, very together. But look, this is also day 17. He's away from home. He's probably not jumping back to Alberta. It's starting to wear everybody out. And you're starting to see that. Paul Champ's losing it. David's losing it. Brendan's got, he's getting frustrated. And also Brendan's frustration, Terry, is going to be around the fact that this is not normal. You're not supposed to talk about evidence like that. You're not supposed to talk to witnesses like that. A lot of this is not normal. He's used to a lot more decorum inside of a court than what he's seen. So it could ruffle his feathers a bit too. We'll see have problems with apologizing. 100%. Yeah. So we were talking about apologies for Paul Champ. He really should have started the day with an apology to the commission, not the commissioner, not an individual witness, not even to just the commission, because he did disrespect the commission a few times already. He's just not built that way. He started off, it looked like kind of sweet. He was being nice, but that is a tactic. I think some of you recognize that. You butter them up, flip them. It's super, super common tactic. You always come in nice if you want to make them drop their guard, and then you come in. Tactic, and this is Paul Champ. He didn't grow or change overnight, and then later in his questions, we kind of got there too. Terry, yeah, you're just on fire. The main issue of contention, the camping on the streets. Yeah, so Terry, you're going towards that. Well, homelessness isn't illegal, and that's what Bear Hug said when they did their protest. So in 2019, when they're doing their protest, I'm homeless. It's not illegal. I can sit right here all day long. I'm homeless. You can't force homeless people. You can't force anybody. So that's an argument. And then having what you would call a docile or a place of docile where you can live and sleep and feel secure. That would be inside the truck. That would change the dynamic, Terry, because that wouldn't be homelessness anymore. That would be far closer to camping, like you're putting on here. I think you also mentioned later that even if that is the case, it's not EA-able, for sure. A bunch of people camping, that's not national violence. All right, so I kind of talked about this before, because this is government of Canada that said force, and then she changed it to best efforts. Right. And even then, why is it the responsibility of Tamara to even use best efforts? Why is it her responsibility to pass on the request or the desire of someone else? You see this mindset of this Canadian government. It's kind of weird. They're not really into persuading and negotiating. They're into demanding, forcing. She likes that word. There we go. The disconnect. So here, Azario, right. They didn't have anyone they can meet with. And well, listen, it's so what the government's argument is we couldn't find a suitable figurehead. We couldn't find a suitable person, an individual that we can talk and negotiate. That's not a prerequisite for how you deal with protests. Not a prerequisite. They can connect with every single person that they have to. And quite frankly, I think the thing that is we keep overlooking here is the sheer volume and the sheer length of what was going on, and the sheer drive, like everybody from coast to coast all over, should have been an indicator that this is really important. We should be listening to this. Okay, we may have a hot mic because I don't think it's been 15 minutes yet. So let me just put that up. So if you can hear that, I apologize. Actually, there you go. Now you're not hearing it, but it's in my ear. Yeah, I don't like that whole thing about trying to get a single leader, trying to even show that they were disorganized and falling apart. So what? This is a protest. This is grassroots. This isn't an organization. You wish it was. You wish you could point to an organization and say, yeah, you were going to do it, but it's not. And I'm getting kind of annoyed with this consistent attempt to try and say to the convoy, you were responsible for other people, and because you couldn't force or make them leave, we then relied upon the ultimate law. Do your job, government, and then maybe you'll have better results. I still don't feel like this is incompetence. I still feel like this is a narrative, a script, something that started before the first truck started an engine, and they're still playing out this script. I don't think it went as well as they were hoping or needed, but still, like, it seems so weird that they're trying so hard to continue with this. It's a hotlines during the COVID report. Yeah, so the whole reporting your neighbor. So what they were talking about there, wow, they're really distracting. So I'm going to take it in my ear. They're really loud. What I found was, yeah, they were kind of asking Tamara to go and report and go and force others. Canadians turning on Canadians, Canadians being totalitarian to Canadians, our government trying to teach a certain group on how to be rude, obnoxious, demanding, Karen-y, you know, wear your mask, you can't come in here. They've created a whole group that does that. Civil police, like, what are they trying to create out of that? And then we've seen them kind of expecting Tamara and group to do that. You should be forcing, you should be checking, you should be doing this. Really? No, they're going to be standing yelling at you. That's what they're there for. They're protesters. Just because someone is independent doesn't mean they aren't open to negotiate. For sure, I'm independent. True independent people are excellent neighbors. They're excellent community participants, and you'll see them around all the time, because an independent person doesn't necessarily need to be told to go help, right? They don't need to be asked to go do something. Because they're independent, they'll just step up, and when there's a need, they'll help fill it. So a true independent person is a very good community member, and they're also very good in relationships because they have the same respect for the other person to be independent. If you're true independent, not just someone who says they are, if you're truly independent, you have no desire to control anybody. You like to persuade and you like to debate, because that's how you also want to be treated. You know, the golden rule. So a true independent is awesome for negotiation. It's awesome for, unity, really. In my opinion, what they're trying to maybe imply sometimes is independents are little islands, and they're little autonomous islands like lone wolves, and they don't work with others. No, that's an introvert. That's an isolated person. That's not necessarily an independent. It may be an independent life because they're by themselves, but that's not the independent that we're talking about here. They didn't give notice. So yeah, I wanted to say this whole notice thing doesn't matter, guys. I spoke about this yesterday or the day before. If you go into a parking lot and you see that sign that says the contents of your vehicle is not our responsibility from theft or damage or vandalism, stuff like that, those signs, they're not binding. They're not binding. They are liable. They just put that up to kind of shift liability, but it's not legal. It doesn't actually make that happen. Same thing here. Notice. What's the notice supposed to do? There was plenty of notices from the convoy that says stay peaceful. Why are they not bringing those forward as binding deals? And then that's the position of everybody. They want their notices to be more official. Notices are nothing more than a waste of paper that has printing on it. Education at best, but a notice is not binding. There's no law that requires a notice to be binding. And also a notice that tells you to stop doing illegal activity has no weight. So it has no weight. So let's say somebody put up a sign in front of their house that says, I don't want you to use this side of this part of the sidewalk because I have to clear it and I don't want to. You can't stop people from walking on sidewalks, even if you put up a nice notice. I also, when people think that way, that they can do that, totalitarian again, dictatorship, they're trying to just tell you what to do. So they're harping on this notice. You saw it, everybody saw it, nobody listened to it. Yeah, you sound like a very annoyed parent. You're not talking laws, and you're just being frustrated because there was no laws, because there's nothing illegal. So now you're going to just create a notice and try and point to that as some sort of official thing that people to listen to. I'm so tired of hearing that one too. And then here you go, Terry. Good news, bad news. The camping may be the problem area due to posted limitations. Again, Terry, understand traffic and municipal, not criminal. So even if there's a municipal bylaw that says no parking here from 10 to 12, that's municipal. And then the traffic laws, all of them, provincial, Traffic Highway Act, not criminal. The only thing that's criminal is if there's a few things that will lead to criminal code, drinking and driving or intoxication, stunt driving, but those are connected to the criminal code. There's nothing criminal in the Traffic Act. So yeah, how do you get to the EA from that? You don't even have crime. So how do you go from no crime to EA? You're 100% right, Terry. Can't happen. All right, let me jump to a couple more comments here. You guys are awesome. Let me see. John. Oh, nope. Looks like we're coming back. Okay, there's no audio yet. Let me put the audio on. Make sure you can hear it. We live in a time of a totalitarian regime changing the definitions of what is right and wrong. The CBC referred to the convoy as an act of insurrection. Yeah, it's I'm so disappointed in the CBC. We used to get good information out of them. I'm so disappointed. An act of insurrection? They just change words, for sure. And they're declaring it? How does the CBC have the ability to actually make that judgment and declare it? It's just silly, guys. We're definitely in a very weird time, but I do feel confident that we will be able to clean this up. We're all getting too frustrated, and we've had enough. We've all reached our limits, I think. So we're going to be starting to clean this up. At least I'm going to try. And we may have a chance. I think so. People couldn't find anyone reputable from government to talk to either. Yeah, boy, did they ever try, Eleanor? I think the best they got was Steve K. Okay, Steve K was pretty open and willing to chat with them. He didn't like the lawyers being around. But Steve Kay, the city manager, PLTs, OPP, they were kind of open. But other than that, you're 100% right. They didn't get access to slowly. They couldn't get an inspector level OPS on the 7th to move barriers. They had lots of trouble with that. And this is why I think one of the recommendations, Eleanor, should be that the government has to establish a way to contact and communicate.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
All right, here we go. This should be a long gap now before lunch. If I was the government of Canada, I would be just withdrawing all questions and witnesses at this point. Well, they can't withdraw the witnesses, but government of Canada, the representatives should just sit down now. OPS should just sit down. I would try and backpedal and apologize at this point. My goodness. So we have an hour together here now. Okay, and it's just me. I did send out an invite to Chris. Chris is a busy guy too. So really cool that he came yesterday and the day before and stuff like that. And he still may pop up because it's an open invite. So whenever he can get around, that's cool. So he had lots of questions about evidence, the videos, allowed in, allowed not. Is the commissioner fair? Is giving more time to one side and the other side and all that kind of stuff? I think all of that's dispelled with that last little, hey, you guys, if you want to come up again and finish last, you can move there. I think the commissioner has been pretty fair because I do think he wants to be. He has a legacy to think about, right? This commission is going to be named after him. The decision or report will be named after him. It's got to be, something he can sleep with and live with. And Chris, when he just connected with the commissioner at the end and said, look, you know what you have to do here. Do it for Canadians. That was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Chris, you're an amazing individual. Maggie, you too. But Chris, you're an amazing individual. That is Canadian, isn't it? So because it's just us and we got a whole whack of really good messages that didn't make it onto the screen, what I was doing is I was starring them as we were going through them. I can't star them all, but I started a whole bunch. So we had something to go through to during this lunch break. John, you're the first one on here. It's just order of when you wrote. It's all part of test run. Okay, so I put this on because you put the like the facilitators in Ottawa are demonstrating to their globalist handlers how they locally will administer the reset. You put a lot of specific words in there, globalist, you gotta put some other words in between and then reset. Take a look at my bio. I'm standing up to that. I don't know. There's a book. I didn't write it. I'm just reading it. If you haven't read the book, read the chapters. At least read the chapter list. Just read at the beginning. It's a blueprint. None of this is a surprise to people that read the book. Not a surprise to John either, I don't think. John, hopefully over the world. Yes, exactly. So Perry, I think you know it too. I think this will be a common thing in here because we're not afraid of the truth. We don't hide from the truth. We'll swallow good and bad truth. And that's all we're seeking. And when you do that, well, you'll find out. Well, it's not even a secret. It's the website. There's a book, Amazon. It's the best-selling blue cover book, I guess. I don't know. But a lot of people have been buying it and reading it, so it's not a secret. You should read it, though. Governments involved in the UN around the world seem to have all turned on their people. Terry, you're seeing it, too. Netherlands is, yeah, the farmers. Water is the next one, people. If you go to their website, they did an announcement about a month ago now. They had their Davos conference and they were doing a bunch of stuff. It's on their Davos. It's on the WF YouTube channel. You can't leave comments. All comments are turned off on everything they do. But they have a YouTube channel and they did an announcement about global water. They believe water needs to be the commodity that's controlled. Air will be after that one, guys. Don't let them continue. And how do you stop them? Well, they're putting their fingers in government. So you need to replace your government with non-connected people. It really is that easy. It's easy on paper, right? So we just have to do that. We have to get good people in there. Start looking at the PPC, start looking at independence. You'll definitely find better options there. There it is. Jason Brendan suggests the speaker's corner. Yeah, Terry, I didn't like that either. Ooh. Speaker's corner for Much Music was fun. Or yeah, it was Much Music. MTV is the US. Much Music was Canada. So that was fun. You go into the corner to speak your mind. But yeah, I don't want designated speaking areas. We went through this morning. But maybe where he was trying to get at, and it just didn't articulate it better, was not a physical speaker's corner, just a mechanism to connect and listen to the people. So the Much Music one was just a place to sit down, record a video, and then they would see the video and then play it and do other things. It wasn't necessarily the physical spot that granted the ability to have your speech. It was the recording. And back in the days of Much Music Speaker's Corner, there wasn't people doing selfie videos and stuff like that. That was very rare. America's home videos was really the only thing that people did with that. So it was a good way to connect with Much Music, have your say. So I think the idea there is good, but it doesn't have to be a physical corner. It could just be a web address. It could be a website, a phone number, something along those lines. I didn't like his wording, though. So I agree with you, Terry. Terry, you got a couple from you here in a row. There's a lot from everybody, so stick around. You may have, you'll probably be on here. A few residents were aggressive, yeah, for sure. And we actually got some video of it later, didn't we, Terry? Because a guy in a blue jacket, that was an aggressive guy. That was a resident or counter-protester or agitator, agent, but certainly not convoy related. The 275 charges, what's the breakdown? And how many were set up like Tamara? A lot. And what has it to do with invoking the EA? Were there crisis level charges? No crisis level charges, no unlawful protesting charges. We do have a law for that. Unlawful protesting as a charge. None of those were laid. On the way from OPP released some numbers, Terry. So OPP has some numbers from the convoy as it made its way through Ontario, and it would have been a collection of any convoy related, so east or west or south, because it came from everywhere, but that traveled through Ontario. So of all of those, they did release the numbers. 10 assaults. 10 assaults, Terry. But I got to also let you know that 6 of those assaults were the police on protesters. So OPP released that 6 police officers were charged with assault, 4 convoy people. And with a number of people, it probably was violence on convoy on convoy. It might have been mutual fights, a couple of things like that, but it certainly wouldn't have been assaults on innocent residents or anything like that. And then in the city, Terry, they did release the numbers, 5 assaults during the 3 weeks. We're not even sure who, okay? Because what we do know is there was one guy who ripped a sign from a kid. He got arrested. We saw that video. The sign was for freedom, and the guy was upset, a resident. So that could have been one of the assaults. But they didn't break down the 5 assaults on who to what. But let's just assume they're all convoy. Again, 3 weeks, thousands of people, could have been assault on each other. But if there was an assaulted resident, someone that could say, I was punched in the head, or talk anywhere near what Chris and Maggie just did there, we would have saw them in spades on a loop. It would become a new anthem. It just doesn't exist. So even those 5 assaults could have been assaulting each other, because sometimes people get aggressive. That last piece of hot dog might have resulted in a black eye. But you also get 5 assaults during Canada Day. You just don't report them because, well, why? It's a celebration. But yeah, when you get a group of people together, there's going to be assaults. You get assaults all the time. So Terry, maybe what we should ask is, compared to all other events that lasted this long, or you can retroactively do the math and see how long, if there was how many assaults there would be over a period of time. I bet you find, statistically speaking, this particular event very low, or at the bottom of the list. It's 3 weeks, 5 assaults. That's it. I'm not trying to say there should have been more. I'm just saying, in human nature, with that many people, you kind of statistically expect more. And I believe the crime for all serious ones. So that R word that came up, that was ugly. Serious assault, bodily harm, all that kind of stuff, down. Crime, down. All over downtown. Maybe mischief was up, because they were charging everybody with mischief sometimes. Maybe parking tickets were up. But you would say anything that would be criminal code, down. It was down. The worst parent. Oh, wow. That was the line. That was the line, right? A war vet. He's got injuries. He's there to stand up. He feels very compelled. And this is what you want from your soldiers. Very compelled to protect Canadians no matter where they are. And here on Canadian soil, he felt very compelled to do it. And then here he is, people yelling out, war vet, injured. And you got to see the video. And then he got to explain it from his point of view. And some of you knew this before. You just saw him, you're like, I remember that. I think Stomp or Stunt, you may have a video. Worst pain I've suffered since I was blown up. Damn. Because that puts it into perspective, right? Because if you were a human being and you went through that kind of violence for the first time, that would be your most extreme violence. And you would say, well, that's a number 10 of 10 for me. That's a 10 out of 10 for me, because that was just horrible. But this gentleman went through much higher situation. It was blown up. 3 people passed right away. It was horrible. So his pain, now I'm not going to say threshold, but his pain experience is very, very different than a lot of us. So for him to say, look, this encounter with the police was horrible, but just under getting blown up, you have to take him as an expert on pain. You have to take him on expert pain. He said this was like a 9.8 out of 10 because a 10 is, well, my body was blown up. I know what that's like. So, geez, Louise, that to me was compelling. It was material. It was undeniable. Yeah, we have I think a human for a commissioner. I think he was for a while, and maybe is now going to have to go through his own denial stage to understand that you're not going to be able to reach and find ways for them to get this justified. It's simply not going to happen. It's just too compelling. And exactly, Terry. So at the same time, that's why you're next on this list here. At the same time, yeah, for sure. That creates an image that will never go away to anybody in that room, especially vets. You know, there are some vets in there too. And then anybody who loves vets. That's all of us. So yeah, for sure. That one's going to stay with us for sure. Not Zexy Lee's story. I don't even remember what her complaint was again. Try and remember. Good luck. I don't remember what her complaint was again. I'd have to go back. This I'll remember forever. Do we need a new statue? I I propose Chris. That was amazing. Whoever the cops that beat him is in trouble. Okay, look, Terry, I'm not being hyperbolic or anything like that. I want to find names. I want names. We may not have them now, and it may take a long time to get them, but this is the type of assaults that I'm looking for, violent crimes, criminal action. So we want to find these people, Terry. And we have a legal system that will work. I have faith in that. Obviously, not a criminal trial. The commissioner will likely allow further disclosure. Yes. So we called that out to Dear John. And at this point, the OPS are treading. They're not even in water. They're free falling. They're not even treading water, John. They're free falling. That was some pretty bad crossing that I saw there. Oh, he's free falling. Bloody Sunday occurred on Slowly's disappearance. Yeah, Canada's version, Bloody Sunday. Yeah, but 100%, John. I don't think they're treading at all. I think they're free falling. I was so disappointed as a professional for him to do that. There will be consequences. I think, I don't know if I started or not, but I was asked what law society issues that would be. Chapter 7. You go into Chapter 7. The entire chapter is about treating the profession, treating the public, treating others, including other lawyers, with the utmost goodwill and respect. And that definitely diminishing a lawyer's reputation. This defamation, but it's disparaging too. And you don't do that. He was implying that these witnesses were off a script, and he was implying that all of these scripts are connected. Dude, and you know this, and that's pretty silly of you. This organization that you're pointing the finger at is a nonprofit assistance to the public. Are you trying to take down our access to the justice system there, David? You're desperate. You're doing whatever you can, because absolutely what your officers or what your side kind of coordinated and what whoever was in charge of command, yeah, it's going to be ugly. I get it, David. And I also kind of wonder, how are you struggling with the reality of what you know you're doing for your client, what vigorously defending them, and then your actual true human Canadian morals. I know you got to be struggling with that, because there's no way you think you should have a boot to the back or a knee in your back when you're already peacefully protesting. I'm pretty sure you don't think that. So you're struggling with all that, aren't you? Okay, so railroaded, if the police were charged, it should absolutely be, yeah. Well, we did hear, so 6 of them, OPP did say 6 police officers were charged. We heard about that. Were there more? Were they actually charged? Don't know. There was a lot of immunity being thrown around during those days. They were all paid good bucks to basically just go do the cleanup and get out. I don't know. I know the Special Investigations Unit looked into the horse trampling the lady because she was a serious bodily injury, so they looked into that. I don't know about any charges. I don't think so. So there's nothing to bring in. There will be stuff later if we can get into that house and clean it up, though. There you go. See, Barbara. Yeah, as soon as you saw him, and you were right, we heard the story. So Barbara put this up just as they were sitting down and getting started. So Barbara remembers, totally remembers, and she was 100% correct. See, when you have the truth, it's really easy to follow along and understand what's going on. Good job, Barbara. Ellen. I was going to do this for you, Ellen. Tell me how long I can do this until you're annoyed. Yeah, of course she's nervous. Of course she's nervous. That rocking motion is self-comforting, back from our baby days. It's a thing that people will do for sure. Rocking forward and back also does that. She's trying to self-soothe herself. And of course, this is stressful. You just saw one lawyer from the police say, I can't have these people here. This is horrible. They don't belong here, and all this kind of stuff. And you had to listen to all that for a bit. And then you saw a whole bunch of other people stand up and say, no, I'm here to defend their ability to do this. All of that, just a day, just being there. You see the commissioner on TV, now you see him in real life. You've seen these people on TV. My gosh, they look so different in real life. All of that's going on. Of course, she's going to have to self-soothe. And then she actually was a very good witness later. She did compose and had a good answer to the whole, would you let this be in front of your house question? And the answer was, yeah. Yeah, I would. I would understand it was frustrating, but the cause is more frustrating. And when she was doing that, the Ottawa residents and businesses, immediately, I knew what she was doing. She was dumping in her narrative because that's the last chance. She's not going to pull that video out during the government or the privy conversations in the next few weeks. She's not going to be doing it then. So this is literally the last day, her last chance to kind of get it in. She's not going to get it in maybe through Jeremy or something else. So she tried it on these ones. And that was a desperate, that was even a Hail Mary. That was a desperate attempt to just have your last say. And I actually think that video didn't help them a lot at all. Because everything that you would have been able to pull out of that video and say, okay, that's a reasonable frustration, and let's put that aside. There was a whole whack of chunks in there that would have been crimes against the counter-protesters, residents. So let's take those out as inappropriate, shouldn't even be there at all. And it doesn't put any weight towards the protesters. And then you had out of context stuff. That one clip of Pat King, we saw that clip. We saw that clip longer that was played before. And that video started off with, they're in the room, they're a hotel, they're all weirded and excited. It's a lot of fun. And he was talking about the people in his room. He was talking about them not having slept for 10 days. Now you clip that out and then you try and imply that he was saying it was to the residents. So I don't know what other clips in there were edited for context like that, but I know that one was. So if there's one, there's probably more. So if you take out all the non-context edited portions like that Pat thing, you take out all the things that are not crimes or even things being done by the protesters, take that out. All you're left with is some honking, some revving of engine, fireworks, the canisters behind a barrier. Like they showed them all clustered together like it was dangerous, but they also showed it behind a barrier. So they were taking precautions. I don't even think that's unlawful. So, you know, it is a $400+ million lawsuit. This is the crux of it. The narrative's falling apart. The defendants in that lawsuit are going to be using all of this testimony, transcripts. Are going to bring this stuff in like it's going out of style. It is not going to go good for Paul Champ here on out. So you might see some more desperation, and you might see him finally lose it maybe on Jeremy, or who was the last one? Daniel Bulford. I'm not really sure, but if that's his last attempt to really kind of finally have his last say for his clients, you might see him completely lose it today. That guy. Okay, good. Yeah, Stunt. I thought I saw that, and that's I'm glad I started. Let's share that. Good to Railroad, or I think Stunt, you're also a mod. Go ahead and throw it in. And if you're not a mod, I'll make you a mod. Just let me know. Being a wound, yes, of course, Wayne, a metal vet. He holds a lot of weight as a respected witness, which is amazing. It's hard for him emotionally, but it's wonderful. He's there. It's also he has a brain injury, right? And that whole David's questioning about his notes, David, that's it's going to fall on your face, because accommodations are required. To people who don't know what an accommodation is, in our country, and it should be everywhere, we do anything and everything to accommodate people who needs additional assistance. What would that mean? Well, it's as simple as we now have ramps for wheelchair access. In society, we created an accommodation. In law, in the courts, in procedure, what it means is, well, if somebody needs a hearing device, if someone needs seeing devices, if someone needs, as we saw with Bridget, because of her severe dyslexia, assistance with sorting through stuff. The assistant isn't given her material witness statements to do. They're just assisting with going through documents. 100% from day one, and I believe it's the first item on the list of acceptable accommodations, is notes, David, and you know that. You know that because police officers have the exception of they can bring their notes because they're not expected to remember 1,000 different stops of speeding. And then when they get called into court for one of them, they're not expected to remember that guy that day. This is why they get to bring their notes. So of all people, David, you're the one that knows notes is an acceptable use on the witness stand. In fact, you guys have a forever clause. Police can always do it. And then under accessibility and under, if you ask the court ahead of time or the hearing ahead of time, it could be granted to you to bring notes. But you should have realized very quickly you're dealing with someone that has a brain injury, a vet with a brain injury, and he also said he has to refer to notes or he gets confused. So this is 100% what the purpose of the notes are for. It's for helping him get through it. Okay, dude, you know this. You've probably argued it 100 times. We do this in Canada, bud, and I think you're gonna fall flat on your face on that one. I don't think that's going to be the complaint. That's not going to be the complaint that does you in. The attacking another lawyer or lawyers is what's going to do you in. You can't do that. You know that. Yeah, stunt. Wow. So what was she said? Global. She said global. I think she said. Yeah, that's gross, isn't it? That's gross. This is the media. That's the media. That's 100% behind defunding. The open market should take care of it. The market wants truth. If we want tabloids again, we'll go ahead and have tabloids again. But no, the market wants truth from our media. So it needs to be propped up. We got to stop letting them just keep their jobs, because truth will be what filters them all out. Of course, stunt 100%. And then we don't even need that sign to know that everybody was safe and fine. And we also know, statistically speaking, those serious crimes went down. So it's gross how they do that and why they do that, and not how accountable. Yeah, for sure, Maggie. So Maggie was, honest, and she said, "Look, everybody was a gentleman. People were nice. Someone walked me back to my car, and it wasn't because she needed safety; it's because she didn't know where it was. So got assistance." 100%. I'm not surprised at all. I know what Canadians are like. I'm one. I have neighbors. I meet with them all the time. Not a surprise at all to know that you're perfectly safe. Perfectly safe. They don't want Canadians to see or hear what actually... Absolutely, because that's what the media was doing the entire time, even up till now. They're still doing that. They're still playing that narrative. No, this is not going to be good. They're going to twist this, because that's what David was doing. David was saying, you have a script. They gave you a script. Here's a document you signed, but who prepared it? Who prepared it? And what he was implying was it was just handed to them and they said, oh, okay, yeah, I'll say all this on a stand. Jerk. You know damn well that's not what they did. They called and asked him questions. Then they passed it over as a draft, like you did 1,000 times for all the officers that you had prepared for this. Of course. Should we now go back to your officers and say, who prepared that statement for you? How did you get your witness statement? It looks pretty official. Well, David created it. This is what the lawyer's for. Doesn't mean they put words in their mouth, David. And that's where your license is in trouble, because that's exactly what you implied to happen there. Witness tampering, coaching a witness, those are all serious allegations, David. And when you levy against another license holder, your license gets on the line. That's the deal, and you know it. Yeah, it is horrible, Barbara. That was really, really, I'll be taking a walk after this. So Jim, yeah, I think you got a little pushback on this one, buddy. I do like where you come from on a lot of things, but I think you maybe were judging her a bit on her amateurness. She's not a professional witness, and a little bit premature. I think maybe just jumped the gun a bit, because this was before cross and all this kind of stuff when the statement was made. So I think maybe you have a different opinion now, but it's great to have an opinion. And I would be curious what chink in the armor, what statement, or what, you know, kind of triggered you to feel like she's not going to be helpful. I wouldn't mind finding out what you thought. Yeah, I disagree too. I'm of the mind that she or they might not be questioned because opposing lawyers will want their story gone as quickly as possible again. Yeah, there's certainly someone that wanted it and loved it. So, you know, I have a I want to call it like a lawyer crush. I have a lawyer crush on Rob Kittredge. Dude, good job for the organization that you work with, the Democracy Fund, Citizens for Freedom, and the Justice Center for the Constitutional Freedoms, so the JCCF. Good job, Rob. Like, you didn't even come out and try and protect or cover or deal with the crap that David was saying about you guys. Thank good. Like, you're not petty like that. And you also know how to fill out the complaint form. So yeah, you don't need to deal with it there. But good on you, man. Like, you're really getting in there. You're getting the questions out. You're talking to them as Canadians. You're getting the truth out. You're not falling into the games with the other side or anything like that. Great job. Thank you, Canada, for making a Rob. Thank you for making that organization. And there's a few like that. So thank you. That makes me proud when I see Canada shining like that. This is horrible, Jim. Yeah, you were definitely, I think, at that stage, you were connecting with the story from the vet, maybe. But yeah, a lot of that was coming out. I'm not proud to see that happen to anybody. And I don't want to say really, especially a vet, but they sacrificed a little bit more than we did. It's just one of those things that we're always going to have to owe them for. Hi, Jim. I am with Terry. This is my comment. So sorry, Jim. Yeah, because she's not a professional witness. And I do think that was good, because we don't want a whole whack of professional witnesses, people that know how to talk and make statements. She was genuine. The whole movement has been the universe bringing people together. Railroad, this is why I started this one, because look at us. We're all brought together here. You're brought together, you and me. We got Terry. We've got Jim now, we've got John, we've got Barbara. We're all coming together here. Prairie, all of you. And I do believe in that universe thing. I shared my story with my wife, with all of you. I think this week, and I'll be able to catch up on video. So there'll be a hello, I'm Jason video, which is kind of clips of things I shared with you already, so that people can go back and check that out. And then there'll be another video of why I'm an independent and why independents are a very good option, if you can find one. I'll shorten the title, but along those lines, and I'll put that up too, because we've had some great discussion, and I think some people, I don't want to just keep repeating it during the streams. You guys are here for the content of the inquiry, but had some great questions, and I would like to share that with other people. So I'll try and get those videos done this weekend for you all, and everybody that did interviews and the lunches and the extras with me, or came in on a link and did a little hello with me. Expect those extras to come out as well, because they're just awesome. Stunned. Yeah, see, that's how connected you were. You actually recognize the voices, and you've been going through this a lot. They had some speeches. Stunt, I'm so looking forward to getting something together with you on this. I definitely think you should keep going, and then I'll contribute. Don't wait on me, but I'm definitely going to be part of it and help you. Costs and all that kind of stuff. Let's work that out. And Terry, arresting examples of peaceful Canadians such as these two represent does not look good on the government. Well, yeah, that's a pretty easy statement to agree with. Terry, does not look good on them all. Because why? Because all of us can say, well, what would I say or what would I feel if I had a boot in my back or the gun barrel? I look up and there's a gun barrel right there. I'm having a hard time. Like, I am doing some audible issues for the residents. You can't hear the crossing walks. I get it. Maybe you're close and you can't hear stuff. Everybody has different sensitivities for sound. So I get it. Like, maybe you're very sensitive. I get it. I'm finding ways to sympathize and connect with the residents as well. Not so much the businesses, because the ones that stayed open did great. But the residents, I can kind of connect there. But there's no doubt that I can connect with these people, like, all the way through. All the way through. I just wish I could have been there too with them. And you were being asked, someone was asked, what was he trying to do, David, here? He wants them struck from the record. He wants them gone. Like, how compelling was that? How honest was that? How bad was that for their narrative? He's lawyering. This is what lawyers do. And a good defense lawyer is really, really good at attacking the evidence and getting it removed. There's a whole bunch of rules and there's a whole bunch of things and there's a whole bunch of laws that allow you to attack evidence. And he went through procedural ones. I didn't think he was going to be successful because first, this is not a court. And we've already seen David multiple times. Hearsay, speculation, documents that were not created by or given to a witness, presented to a witness. So David, why all of a sudden you want to stick to the specific rules that you like? We know why. Because this is bad. This is bad. You know what happened that day. We saw the other videos. We know. Is this really your first time? Is it really your first time? If that is the case, you're not as good of a lawyer as I thought you were, because you should be researching the other side. So, that was taught to you. It won't end his career. We'll probably get it. See, this is where I disagree, though, Goose. For David and even Paul Champ, there are some legitimate Law Society complaints there, and the Law Society takes two things very, very, very seriously. Public trust. So anything that erodes public trust, they do not like it. And destroying each other. They do not want a culture of lawyers after lawyers. Now, that's a double-edged sword, as Donald Best will tell you. Because Donald Best will tell you, because of that culture, it makes it impossible to have accountability on them. Except, Donald, that's only facing the public. So if they're doing bad stuff against the public, you're 100% right. But internally, they do cut their own jugulars, because they do want their own people to understand you don't attack each other in that way. So if they're getting petty and accusing each other of wrongdoing, they take that quite seriously, because if they allowed that culture to develop, then they themselves would probably collapse. So to keep themselves alive, they do take that very seriously. Lawyer to lawyer stuff, not so much lawyer to public. Lawyer to public, they do it. So I don't want to give the impression that Law Society doesn't do good work when it comes to public injustice. But certainly, Donald, you and I both know there's lots of room for improvement. Internally, lawyer to lawyer, they get that stuff killed right away. Much like a party, right? Whips, much like a party and whips. They need that unity inside. They need, even if by force, they need to do that. So they do get rid of the bad apples. So lawyer to lawyer infractions, you might see some action there, Goose. And Paul's going to have a real problem with that anti-Semitic comment. So we'll see. The Senate committee agrees. Yeah, see, no, it's because we have that well, they'll take care of each other attitude. But as I just explained to Ellen, there is some small exceptions to that, and that is they don't want to have a culture internally of offing each other. So they do get rid of the bad ones, because if you do let them grow and become, again, I only mean bad when it comes to pointing fingers at other lawyers. Okay, I want to be clear about that, about going after each other. Like as soon as you start to do that, that's what they want to get rid of. Very similar to parties. As soon as somebody starts to get more maverick, starts going after another one, they try and get rid of them. That would be the reason. That's all. Only reason why I put that down there. Terry, sure. Okay, here you go. So Terry asked me what was the Law Society. So 721. It's chapter 7. The entire chapter 7 is about don't screw up the profession. And then it breaks down into, with the public, with the media, with the Law Society, with the spirit of the law, like it breaks down. And one of them is courtesy and good faith. You should always be in good faith, which means don't make things up and lie. And then courtesy, you're not trying to hurt someone else. There's a courtesy there. He failed both of those miserably. And there's others. There's others than that one, Terry. But that was the quick one. You can't hurt the profession. He did. He did, because he just accused other lawyers of scripting a narrative and scripting witnesses and then passing it around and coordinate. That was quite the allegation. Independent journalist, you see just what I was thinking. This is not an official assembly. My friend 3 days ago got refused entry for having too much evidence of a lot of crime. Okay, so there's a lot there to unpack there, Mr. Green. Are you saying a friend was trying to get into this inquiry? 3 days ago, refused entry. What evidence is he bringing? He's doesn't have standing, not a witness. So all you need to bring is water. I don't understand. Did your friend think they were going to expose a bunch of things and just come into the commission and say, hey, I've got everything? If that's the case, this is the wrong way to do it. You'd just be shut down and asked to leave. That's the wrong way to do it. It's also too late, because the mission's been set. The commission started. I don't know where you're headed with this, but if you're referring to the inquiry, that wouldn't be the right way to do it. But hold on to it. Okay, hold on to it, because when there's a real serious inquiry or investigation, please, you're going to be asked to come up. The government is not prepared to listen to the truth. So what do we do next? Thank you. Believe it or not, guys, the government knows exactly what the truth is, for sure. Okay. For sure they know what the truth is. All they're going to be doing is trying to lay the narrative foundation and then support it. I don't think they can. There's just simply no way. Even if they have secret, intimate threat from a rogue state, that doesn't give them justification to clear the streets of legal protesters. So I don't think we're going to get there. And they know what the truth is, Mr. Green. They really do. The people who are having trouble with this one, the actual people, it's not the government. They would be the woke, the people who are still buying this story. Those are the ones that are not prepared to listen to the truth. And what do we do next about them? Keep putting it out there. Keep being polite to them. If it's your neighbor, be polite to them and talk. Hey, did you see that video with that officer who said I created a peaceful plan? And then when he found out that the government didn't even look at it, he was brokenhearted. Did you see that video? What about this Chris Vett? Did you see his testimony? Did you see what he said to the commissioner? What about Maggie? What about Bridget? What about Bridget's video? This is how we do it, Mr. Green. We continue to expose. It's all we can do. We can't force. We're not that side, but we can keep exposing. And then be there in a non-aggressive way and happy to show them when they're showing any interest in it, even if it's just part of a debate like, oh, yeah, well, what do you mean a peaceful lady was on her knees and I don't think that's true. Let's show her Maggie's video, right? We might get there. And this is kind of why we have this inquiry from our side, is to get all of that out so we can start doing that. Stunt is going to do a video, movie, series. More people will do that. I'm going to get behind it, whatever I can to help that too. You can't stop that. C11 is going to try to, though. So we may have to get creative. Oh, there we go. And also, yeah, Mr. Green, we also do this, what we're doing here today. We make videos, we share, we get in groups, we talk, we do exactly what we're doing today. and more. So if you want to do it, StreamYard is the program I use. Go there. They have a free one. They'll put a little logo in the corner, but you can start streaming. Okay. It doesn't cost money. You can get yourself going. If you want to do longer streams, more guests, that kind of stuff, couple bucks. Okay. More of us can do this. And I'm an introvert. I don't want to have to change my life and be public and sit in front of a screen and have awesome conversations. Well, I do like that part. But I would actually rather get on with my plans for my family. But it's been interfered with by the actions of my government, the current one. So if you feel the same way, grab a camera. Start with the one that's built into your laptop. Get audio, though. Don't come with no microphone, even if it's just a headset. Do that, as we learned with Chris. And it was way better after he got his voice cleared. So do that investment, but do it. Do it. You would be surprised, because I am. I'm very surprised that right now, 41 people are listening to me talk about becoming a podcaster and get the message out. Do it. Jim Goose, this is how Trudeau thanks veterans. Our nation, by a large margin, is grateful. Yeah, we're going to be looking at this a long time, right? And I think it's a big thing when a leader turns on heroes. You've got everything you need there. You don't need to have a trial or dig up more evidence. But when your leader turns on your heroes, yeah. This is how Canada thanks you for your service, sir. Derp. No, Canada will thank him, does thank him. We are Canada, Goose. We are, not the goons in the video. Those are not Canada. That's never been Canada. I don't even recognize that. A lot of speculation that they're not even Canadians, right? That's not Canada. That's Canada is what you and I are doing right now, Goose. Going through it, talking about it, remembering it, supporting it, loving it. That's Canada. So, please beating a veteran is not admissible, but this is. Yeah, Jim, that was frustrating, right? And it wasn't really that it's admissible. It's that it was well established already that basically you got a window and you can bring stuff in. So they did. They took advantage of that. And I don't think that video helped them at all. I don't think it helped them at all, Jim. It showed them how petty they are. And if that is the root of their claim for the $400 million, there's going to be a lot of people eating a lot of legal fees. And a lot of people going bankrupt because there will be a judgment for costs for the other side. Yeah, and that Pat video, I just wanted to remind myself there with that one. That 10 days thing was, he was talking about the people in that room, not the people outside that room. Okay, so let's go back to some comments now. We got a little bit more time. Thank you for joining me on this lunch break. No guest, right? We're just going through. The screen just opened. We might be getting that sooner than I thought. Yeah, it's early. That's early. We should be at 10 after. So 17 minutes now. All right, I'll take that off. So thank you for being here during the lunch break. All right, let me see where I can find the comments. Okay, let's start here. What does this say? Yeah, Lee said Ottawa residents armed themselves with eggs, and as if it was nothing. That's right. She's like laughing. Ha, 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 ha. People are throwing eggs. Ha, ha. That's a crime. It's a crime. Straight up crime. Vandalism, mischief. That's true mischief. Vandalism. It hits a person. Assault. That is assault. Don't really have assault on vehicles, but we have damage to vehicle, vandalism to vehicle. All of that. And yes, you're right, Terry. The way it came out of her was entitlement. Like, yes, of course, this is our way of protesting. But even that level of protesting, if we were throwing eggs at Parliament, there was even a message that said, "Don't even throw a snowball." And Terry, they were also dropping marbles from high distances. That's violence. That's violence. You can be hurt. Depending how big the marble is, it can be penetrated in enough force and people can die. That is violence. That truly is violence. That's for the purpose of causing harm and damage. If anybody did get hurt, though, the police did investigate. And that was one of Lee's complaints there, Terry, because the police showed up for the egg tossing thing. So 2 narratives destroyed right there. Police wouldn't show up for crimes. Well, they did for that one. And police were too busy with the protesters that they couldn't help residents. Well, not true. So both of those narratives were vitiated right by your own testimony there, Lee. Face with eggs can be real damn. Yeah, I guess he didn't know about the marbles, Terry. They were throwing marbles from high rises. Yes, it will be. It would be called quiet resignation. Oh, maybe you're talking about Trudeau resigning or something. I think the smartest thing, and again, I'm not a big fan of any of these parties, but the smartest thing for the Liberal Party to do to survive this is to replace him. But that would be Freeland, right? I'm pretty sure that's who they would put in. This is such a rock and hard place, right? Like if he goes, it's Freeland, and she's his boss on the global stage. So she hasn't been good with our finances. According to her, a bridge blocked for a few days was going to collapse the entire economic system that she's in charge of. So she's not very good at it, according to her. So, yeah, I don't know, man. What I would love to see is the NDP break off that partnership, that alliance, and the NDP itself goes ahead and replaces Singh. Maybe with somebody who's a little bit more anti-liberal so that they can be a real party again, NDP. You don't need to be Liberals' back pocket. You should be against it. And if you had a new leader in the NDP that took that stance, no confidence vote would be put through, and we get them out that way. You only get them out through voting and no confidence. There's natural causes, but that's natural causes. You can't do anything about that. But there's voting and no confidence. So technically speaking, there is a path to no confidence. We just got to get the NDP party to wake up and be the NDP party again. Because if they did, they would absolutely be against this government. So NDP party, if you're listening, it's actually on you. Canada is being held hostage by the current government because of your decisions to not challenge your leader and push him. So, yeah, that's where we're at with that one. So, I know I had an idea. Like, is there a way to flood them with memberships and make a call for leadership? Is there some way to support a radical, more NDP aligned person that would fight against the Liberals and the Conservative? Is there a way to kind of support a new leader there? Those are all legal things. So, I don't know. And how about we beat him in the next election in Burnaby? Let's not have Singh come back. Come on, Burnaby, wake up. Did you like the lockdowns? Do you like what you see happen to Canadians? Some of them came from your area too. Terry, marbles were dropped. There you go. See, yeah. So there you go, Terry. You now know, and it was dangerous. That's dangerous. That certainly is dangerous. And I guarantee you they're doing things like freezing the eggs before they would throw them. Because a frozen egg, after it's thrown, defrosts and you can't prove. So it does a lot of damage and then it melts. It's a way to be a real big jerk. Ice balls, same thing. Probably were throwing some of those. But we didn't. Yeah, that was a really bad play for them. Yeah, I think that was bad. That was strategically bad for them, Ellen. I don't think it played well for them at all. And if that's what they're going to show in court, someone's going to come in there and do a forensic audit on that video and then get the sources for the other videos that they referenced link and clips from and then show true context. That becomes perjury through evidence. It's a lie. You can come back and bite them hard. And yeah, and playing it didn't help them at all. But again, they're not on trial. So they're not on trial. They're not going to lose. But I think down the road, this is going to hurt them for sure with the other stuff they have going on. In 50 years, what will they say on this? That's a question that runs through my mind when I look to the children of today. Interesting time we live in. What will they say? In 50 years? Well, it's silver lining that. I'm glad that happened because today we're free. I'm glad the generation or two before us went through that and liberated us. Are we going to look back at the Convoy as our Juno? Are we going to look back at that as a very proud moment for the protesters? This is where I think we could be. And Joe, I'm going to leave that as my answer. 50 years right now, we're going to look back in pride. And maybe Valentine's Day for Canada becomes Victory Day. That was the day that we started and reclaimed or recovered our rights. That's where I'm going to go with this. It might take a couple of years to get on that path. But I think we could look at this the same way we looked at World War I, World War II, with pride. Maybe another statue that we will never fence again. Something like that. I saved that video and I have it here. And what they show was not the original. Yeah, you're talking about the Pat King one? It was gross because the Pat King video came in through Pat's testimony because they were, I think he was showing it, or it came in through his testimony, and there was more to it. It was the people in the room have been up for 10 days. Ellen, you're right. It had no equivalent impact on the room. Yeah, I think I saw. Yeah, that big video did nothing. It was just annoying for a bit, so I think we can relate a bit to the sound, but you can have all protests, you'll be able to get audible clips. So selective on that one. It was also really mean of David to say, which witness was it that he accused of having a selective memory? I think it was Tamara. Yeah, when it helps you, you have no problem remembering, but when it doesn't, and then the commissioner himself had to speak up, that was gross, David. You're having a bad day. You must have been sharing a cup of water with Paul. You guys, the two of you. Agreed, looked desperate. It was 100% desperate. It didn't look it. It wasn't, Goose. That's what a desperate Hail Mary that has no air in the ball and nothing but wind blowing against you looks like. She went backwards with that one, is what I'm trying to say here. She made no ground. Cobbled together. And yeah, it was gross. We know what that that was weird. It was actually weird. I felt awkward for her. Well, Joe, we can look at the likes of Kent State for that. Kent State. Why does that ring a bell? Rams. Did somebody say Rams? I love Rams. Just saying. Stairs suck. Yeah, well, that's accommodations, right? Canadians and the government, we do a lot of things around accommodations. And notes for your testimony when you're suffering from, of course, brain injury of a textbook. They were going to put Chris's picture beside that note comment in all the law books now. That's what we mean when we say accommodation with notes, David. I don't know what that means. Lucky for you, or would you be named stair part? Sorry, I got a tickle guy. Normally, when I have a guest, I get a reprieve on some water or something. So thank you for there. Prairie, lots of love and heart. Thank you, Prairie. Yeah, David came off as a ambulance chaser type of lawyer. Worse than that. Desperate. Yeah, desperate for sure. And now we know why he didn't want those witnesses, of course. And he also knew who they were. He did not know who they were. And David, I want to bring something to your attention. He did describe going to a processing center. He did describe having charges told to him. Where's your record, David? Because that's what you just told the commission. You don't have records about this. I thought you're supposed to. What was secondary processing for then, David? I think you're busted and you know it. What they were doing was dragging people, intimidating people, freezing people, hurting people, driving them away, dropping them off, threatening people, don't come back. Why? Because there's no legal charge. Oh, Terry. Terry got the link to work. Terry, and look, your comment is on the screen right now. Are you there? Oh. Hello. Welcome.
How you doing? How you doing,
good.
Jason?
I'm good. How are you, Terry?
I'm doing well, thank you.
You got a nice artwork in the background there. Is that an actual oil?
That was me in my early 20s, 40 years ago.
Oh, wow. Is that an oil or is that pastel?
That's oil.
That looks nice. Well, welcome, Dave. Terry. Your comment is on the screen as we're here. Do you want to actually talk about this one?
Sure. I think that just sort of says it all. I think he seems desperate. Yeah, those two made him look real bad. I still can't believe that he went up there and questioned them. I think that was a foolish move. I think I have one later on where I say I'm not 100% sure he's going to get many referrals after this.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, well, here's the thing, though, Terry. He actually has a professional obligation to do that. So what you saw there was his reluctant. He had to do that. He has no choice. He's going to have instructions. He has to vigorously defend all the way to the end. So even though we didn't like it because it was gross and he had crossed a lot of professional lines, he had a requirement to do that.
Yeah. On the other hand, too, I always want to caution myself. I mean, it's really easy to be judgmental, so you got to really be careful about that, too. I mean, you're right. He's doing his job, right? That's the job he's hired to do. So,
yeah, but just like the police officers, he also went a little bit too far on a professional level.
I think so. I agree. I agree in that. I'm not a lawyer. I don't live in that world, but that's how it came off to me as well. But again, I've been wrong before, just not very often.
You got it. And I don't think there's recovery for him on that. We're going to be seeing a lot of police officers, a lot of government, a lot of privy in the next few weeks. I'm sure he's going to be up there a bit. Do you think he's going to apologize? Does he have to apologize? Because he didn't do anything to the commission. It's just some other lawyers. Or is he just going to get back to good lawyering? Because he wasn't bad before. This has just been a bad week for him.
I just wonder if he will apologize only if it puts him in a stronger position.
Strategic purpose only.
Yeah.
Okay. Tactic.
Yeah. But again, I mean, what are the kind of ethical foundations of lawyers in general, but his particular ethical foundation too? I mean, is he playing a game even with himself there? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't want to live in that world. Don't get me wrong. I would never enter into that world as a profession.
Well, I did for a couple of years, and I got out. I didn't do it to. Yeah, I got my license as a paralegal. I set up a firm, and then I did that for a little bit. I had trouble because you're going to ruin a day if you're any good, and you definitely you'll see the worst of people often. And I was exposed to official corruption, so I witnessed police officers lie. It blew my mind. I thought that this is a place for justice. Again, not all of them, 100%, not all of them. 5% or so we can look at as being a big trouble. But I got out. It wasn't meant for me either there, Terry. Because quite frankly, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I think it's just, across the spectrum. There's only a small percentage that tend to, color the other people bad. Most people, I think in general, just, want to be as good, moral, ethical as they possibly can be, get on with their lives, and hopefully they live a long one and leave something good for their, children and grandchildren. I think most people are like that. My feelings about lawyers has actually gone back up quite a few notches. Not that it ever tanked or anything, but there's quite a bit going on that I really appreciate. Oh, I just listened to Rupa Subramania, I think is how you pronounce her name.
Yeah. There's a few people talking about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that you listen and you go, there are some people out there really trying to go, look, this is just the way it is. This is the truth we got to get out, and we just can't deviate from it. And it gives you another perspective. It gives you an element of empathy, trying to see yourself through their eyes. Through their.
And how's your opinion on the commissioner been? Has your opinion on the commissioner?
Well, I think he's been really, really good. Yeah, I think he's been really, really good, except for that one spot over these witnesses. And again, I don't know why, but he looked really uncomfortable with allowing them in. I haven't watched everything. I've just been sort of in and out. Last couple of days has been most so. I'm really not the person to give an overall opinion, other than I thought he looked uncomfortable letting in those witnesses today. There's something going on. I just couldn't figure out what it was.
I think he started this absorbing just mainstream media. Okay. Yeah. So when he started this, it was just CBC for him and Global and that kind of stuff. And he was bought into it. He totally bought into that narrative. However, I do think he's switching. He's asking some of the right questions, Terry, at the end of the days. For example, were you given notice? Were you given a place to go? Another place to go protest peacefully? He's getting a lot of the good questions out. And even though he did interfere with Bathsheba's video, kind of paused and said, like, why do we still need to do this? When he gave her the correct answer or question to ask, because she got herself a little stumbled there, because she was trying to get to the whole "you were dumped outside of the city" part of the story, but she kept leading. She kept leading, and she struggled to get the right question out. And the correct question was, what happened after your arrest? Because that's all you need to ask. And then the witness can then tell you. He helped her get that question out to the point where he told her what question to ask. That plus the, hey, Convoy, come back up and have another round because you should have been last anyways. That's telling me he is definitely interested in finding the truth. He's surprised and he's learning a lot through this. And his frustration that I think you see is more aligned with the stages of grief than it is he's mad at anybody. Because one of the first stages of grief is anger. I think we may just lost him. We'll just hold on. Terry was right in the middle of a comment. If we lost him, hopefully he'll come back. Okay, give me another second. Okay, so I would love to be questioned here. How do you feel this is happening in your city? It did. All right, yeah, it's done. Like we heard a couple. Let me do this for now. Oh, he's moving again.
Can you hear me?
We got you. Yeah, okay, you're back, Terry.
Hold on, I just have to get you back. I've got a lot of windows open. Hold on. Anyway, all I was going to say, and then really I'll pop out because we're going to be obviously coming on soon, is here's the one thing I did notice is that, okay, I started watching some of the live videos. One of my main one was Viva Fry back during the whole 3 weeks of the convoy. And of course, so I watched what a couple of different guys, Viva being one, and what their version of what was going on in the streets. And then you'd hear what mainstream media was that night, which was, it tended to be two different narratives. And the one thing I think that is happening.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Terry, save that thought or throw it in the chat. Yeah. Throw it in the chat.
We'll talk again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you,
John Mather, Commission Counsel.
The commission is in recess for 5 minutes. La commission est levée pour 5 minutes.
What a start. Looks very different without the beard. Who knows what he looks like without a beard? He looks very different. Looks very different. I'm just going to leave that one there for sure. Well, we didn't. I was suspecting it would be video. Okay, not in camera, which is good, but video. And everything I predicted on this Jeremy interview happened, with the exception of he's wearing a suit. Yeah, I said he wouldn't be shackled or handcuffed. I said it would be a jail shot from above, not straight on like you and I have right now, but from above. Jerks. That's the worst they can do. I guess I had someone in my chat mention that they don't think that they can have him in his jail garb. During bail and during certain times, I have seen that. But witness interviews, maybe there is a reason in the law. Because I guarantee you, if the government could have and got away with it, they would have had him in a green jumpsuit. And then the charges. Yeah, they're serious charges, Terry. I'm not saying they're not serious charges. But anybody can levy a charge. Okay? Being levied a charge against you doesn't mean you did anything. That's what due process is for. So, what we do know about it? It appears it was from 2021. Had to do with a weapon and I think an ex-girlfriend or spouse or wife or some. It was domestic. Definitely domestic. They've been looking for him ever since recently. I think July or something like that. I think it was in my chat. It was recent that they tried to go after him for this 2021 incident. A little late there. Not late. You do have some time, and they do have discretion on when they can go after people for charges. There is investigation periods and stuff like that. But the warrant came out, and then he was in Saskatchewan, and then they picked him up, and then he didn't get bail, which is weird because these are still allegations. No one actually has physical. Nobody went to the hospital. Nobody was shot. None of that stuff. These are still allegations. It does involve a gun, but even then, there needs to be violence. Well, maybe brandishing the gun, but to not have bail, there's a detail I must be missing, or it's just very weird. that he's still there. They're gonna let him out the day after the inquiry ends. I don't know. There's something's not right about that one. That's a gut feeling, Ellen. I know you like to follow your gut feelings. For me, that's a gut feeling. There's something not right about that one because he should have bailed. He should have bailed. He may have a whole whack of conditions. Can't do anything without permission type of thing. Ask Tamara. But he should have bail. Remember, we're innocent until proven guilty. Something's not cool about that one. And then we got a surprise little break here because they had tech difficulties. All right. Well, Jeremy, they've already said that on is where you're headed. PPC, Jim. They're talking about PPC party there. Was Jeremy a founding member? I've seen rumors about that, but he might have been one of the first or one of the first group or in the first year. I don't know, Jim. Any details you got for us about that one? As Tamara was denied bail, so was Jeremy. Well, Jim, no, she got bail. She got bail eventually. It may have taken a lot longer than it was taken for you and I, but she got bail. And then she did have a violation of the bail. Photograph set up. I'm pretty sure. I don't agree with that photograph being enough for the bail conditions to be revoked, but we saw that happen live if you were watching it. But something else is with Jeremy, Jim. He's been denied, and I don't. Does he have a long history? Like, what would it be denied on? Jim, even if you had an incident similar here, I'm not saying you would get bail. You would get bail. The guy who drove over people in Winnipeg during the protests, there was a van. He drove through Winnipeg, drove over protesters. He got bail. He got bail like a day or two later. So, Jim, something's not right with this one. There's either details I don't know about, Jeremy, which is very possible, very, very possible. There's could be details about the event I don't know about, also very, very possible. Well, actually, incredibly likely. I don't have all the details. But barring that, something's not right here. He should be out on bail, maybe a lot of conditions, and away you go. PPC has been pro-freedom since day one. It's a pillar of the four main principles. Yeah, PPC parties saying all the right things. Maxime says all the right things. He did a lot of things. He went unvaxxed. He had to suffer like the rest of us that did that. Couldn't travel the same way as everybody else. He did a protest in Winnipeg, got himself arrested or something like that. And it wasn't even a protest. It was just a gathering in a park, 6 feet apart, trying to, go ahead with all the conditions. But it was during a lockdown, so he got himself in trouble for that. Maxime, yeah. PPC's, of all of the parties, I think they have a chance. Jeremy was much more vocal than Tamara. His voice cuts and is critical. Well, Jim, what are you talking about? Because Jeremy wasn't at the protest. So are you talking about his podcasts? Because I've watched one and I've watched his after show. Not for me. His podcast, it was not so bad. After show is not for me. But Jeremy wasn't at the convoy. He wasn't a leader that I'm aware of. I think he talked to some people, maybe been around, but he wasn't a central figure. Bernie also advocated for freedom while running in the 2017 CPC. Sure, yeah, look, he's more independent, but he wants to have a party. Like, his thinking's independent, which is good. Freedom, rights, all that kind of stuff. And he's trying to do a massive change, coast to coast. So he's got a real big ambition. So God bless him. Good luck with that. It's tough. It's tough. It's a tough road. I respect anybody that's trying to get in and do the right thing. Social media shouldn't be stripped for those people either. It was deemed an essential need in 2001. If it's essential, how can it be stripped? If it's first railroad, I got to look into that. What do you mean by deemed an essential need? I know that high-speed internet is. High-speed internet. So access to internet was deemed essential, and this is why they're rolling out programs for rural areas to make sure they get high-speed internet. That was deemed essential, but I don't think it extends to social media. I don't even think you can
English.
do that. Well, at least we got the English one here. Where's my headset? Oh yeah, I ran over here. Headset's not with me, so I'll have to be quick on the mute. But yeah, railroad. High-speed internet is essential. That's for sure. That's right. But I don't think services on the internet can be deemed essential. like social media. So maybe there's that. And yeah, there are conditions for bail. You can say you can't speak to person A, B, C, D. And those are things that you'll have to accept if you want bail. Keep in mind, bail is an agreement between government and the person, that if you want to be free and you agree to do these conditions, away you go. So it's a negotiation. Okay, I think they're back. I just got to be quick on the audio so I don't echo you. Okay, well, thank you very much. This is going to be interesting. Terry, this is my smile. Terry, this is my smile. We saw this coming. This was going to be farfada in English. But we got quotes like blackface in there. That was funny. Paul is up, right? No, Paul was up. He was already up. We're all done. Next will be next witness and last witness for the day will be Daniel Bulford. Was that fun? Anybody not know who Dialong was before this? You didn't have any clue? You didn't even see their flag before? He just swiped his finger across his phone and made a flag. You didn't know about their VP? As soon as the question was headed there, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Who's the VP? I did write a bit of a thing on Twitter about them. Look, I did give them a fair shake, but I also wasn't very supportive completely. I took a little bit of heat because, I'm trying to be biased and not have an opinion one way or other. The trouble with Dialong, which I think the government may try to prove later, is regardless who the VP was and the leader was and the foundation, like regardless how it started, any group that has a bunch of angry people have potential to do something. But actually, that's true about any group. You don't have to be angry. But that's where they're going to go with that. They were laying things down already. You didn't have control over the logo, but he doesn't realize is they're going to be showing that lone wolves were very possible. And groups like that can create subgroups that have nothing to do with the main group. And I think that's where the government's going to go with that, because clearly they can't use the main group as a boogeyman anymore. So now they're going to create a new fictitious boogeyman that didn't actually happen, but could have happened, right? The potential boogeyman, the one with no face. That's all they're going to have left, right? And is it going to be, how are they going to do that? Because one word I didn't like that they actually did mention was international fans. They said international fans. And then they kept mixing the word fans with supporter. And then the next step from fans to supporter, associate. And they're going to go to militia after that. But they're still just people that liked the video. They're just fans. I can see that. Like if you were trying to construct another type of boogeyman, and then to justify some actions that you're so scared of them on, you can't use the real one because there is none. So you have to create one. Maybe. It won't work though, guys, because it won't work because we have so many laws that even tackle invisible boogeyman. Like, what's the problem that you are worried about the invisible boogeyman? As soon as they touch Canadian land, arrest them? Well, then do so. Or if this invisible boogeyman materializes and gets a van and does something silly, deal with it. What is it that you have to actually deal with when they're invisible and haven't happened yet? That's not an EA level anything, ladies and gentlemen. Not an EA level anything. Antifa, there you go. Come on, Canadian David. You're right. Like, and didn't we see this kind of happen already? Who's familiar with what do you call it? The Proud Boys? The Proud Boys. Who's familiar with them? Especially the Canadian version, because they're on a terrorist list of some sort in Canada. They're on, like, officially named as an organization to be concerned with. But who knows actually who they are? They're supposed to be a white supremacist group, right? But I believe their founder isn't a member of that group. So that just fell apart there. We have that in Canada. We actually listed them as a group here. Dialong going to be on that list too now? Because again, potential of something. Are you going to put independent journalists on there too? Because I have influence. What is this influence stuff they're talking about? Social media influence is now a type of terrorism? Is that where they're headed with that? What are they trying to say? Because you have millions of people watching you, you can now direct something? Well, what is the government then? What is the government? Are they the same thing? A massive influencer using all state media to influence people? Are they calling themselves out but not calling themselves out. This is weird, isn't it? We had a lot of Kim Kardashian thoughts in our minds because, well, you're calling for influencers now? My gosh, have I stepped into a role of something here? I'm just trying to reach people, talk the truth, connect with people, show myself. Is that now the prerequisite for terrorism? Domestic terrorism? Do you guys consider me a terrorist? Probably not. Don't get me really mad and hurt my family, and I'll do whatever I can. But no. And do you guys consider yourselves followers of terrorism because you are going for non-mainstream media? Look, this is pretty ridiculous. And they're starting to talk about things like number of likes and your video got 500,000. And you see where they're going with this? And I kind of critiqued JJ McCullough, who he's a very cool social media influencer, YouTuber for Canada. And he went to the House and he kind of talked to them about why you shouldn't be doing Bill C-11. Fortunately for him, one of the talking points he used was the massive amount of videos and views Canadian content makers get. And he was using words like billions. 350 Canadian content makers do over 1 million subscribers. That's why C-11 is in place there, JJ. It's in place because it's a massive amount of messaging they don't control. Had you walked in there and said, look, 5 people and my brother are only people on YouTube, they would have been far less interested. Not your fault, dude, because you're just telling the truth. And not your fault, dude, because you're actually trying to tell them how important content from Canadian creators is. But that's not how they see it. They see it as an enemy. You can see how lawyers think sometimes, right? They had one story about a girl wearing a Truck Trudeau shirt. That's what it said, Truck Trudeau. And then the lawyer twisted that into indoctrinating a child against government. It said Trudeau, so it didn't say government. It said Trudeau, which is a current leader, not even the entire Liberal Party, just a current specific person. And they twist that into, well, you're indoctrinating children into anti-government thinking because they're wearing a Truck Trudeau shirt. So look, these are the people who are kind of controlling us, aren't they? And they got the mindset of notices are something that you should be listening to. If there's a protest, we can go and identify one group and get them to force and control everybody else. This is the way they're thinking. They're not even being shy about it because they can't. This is the way they think. So this is the words they use. But I think we're winning. So two boogeymans gone. Jeremy did a great job. He didn't lose his cool at all. I think they were intimidated by him. You had a little bit more than normal not to come up. And then you had all the liberators and the freedom people all consolidate their time to one dude. He's showing the unity there on that front there. And yeah, what is the OPP? OPP, why even on the list anymore? Because like the last 8 times you've been called up or even more, we spend a minute or two getting your video conference to connect just to hear you have no questions. Maybe tell the commission when you do have questions and you're expecting to be on there. Do that. But anyways, whole whack of people had no questions for Jeremy. Went through him pretty quick compared to some other witnesses. And if he is the leader of the insurrection attempt or possibility that could have been materialized, boy, they were weak on the questions around that. Don't you think? Yeah. And if they really, that's the worst one they got, let's dance. Let's dance. That's the worst they got. Please. He paid for parking. He paid for parking. No, this is not what you guys were kind of telling. Now, here's a question, though. This wasn't Justin doing his homework and he came up with a report. This is all provided to him. And this wasn't provided by the OPP. We saw CSIS's name on the documents. So federal level intelligence pooping the bed, like rapping hard, right? Or fabrication. Maybe they wanted that. Maybe they wanted the documents to say the potential of violence is there, and then provoke, and then boom. And then say, yeah, our intelligence is wonderful. Look how wonderful it is. Well, guys, That's not intelligence. That's a script. You're creating your own narrative and then going to fulfill it just to have the narrative. You do that a lot, by the way, this particular government. You do that a lot. You paint a situation and then you create the situation and then you point to that situation as the reason why you need to react differently next time. This is a massive example here with the convoy and the protest. You guys were corralling them. You weren't dispersing them. You were corralling them. It's all over your documents. Surge and corral. You were doing that. It's right there. Day one. I think it was January 28th. Very early. Your first documents about how to deal with this. You're already using that terminology. So you're creating it. And then you beat them. You heard that very clearly today. Then you beat them. And then you dropped them off in the middle of nowhere. So many crimes there. So many crimes. International too. Because when the government does this to their people, this is what the international crimes are for. But I want to caution you all. Let's not try and do that. Because that might be the ultimate goal. Have countries now begging for international courts and support. Let's not go there. We can deal with this internally. Because one way to get you on a new system is the people ask for it. Because the people really have the power. So maybe give us a bad government, so much so that we ask for international protection. We don't need it, guys. So if you have any inclination to go in that direction, fight it. We can handle this like a family that has just issues. We don't need another parent. We'll take care of this in the election. We'll be patient. And we'll keep an eye on them. Peak bugging the NDP. Maybe they'll split off that deal. Maybe they'll get it out. Maybe we'll get them out earlier. But this is Canada. We're going to take it back because these people, they're not right. And then we have to have a conversation with our police force in Ottawa. I'm not seeing the same thing in Windsor and Toronto. So there's something special about the OPS. They maybe should be looked at a little bit closer. Sorry, I think Jeremy did a great job. I think our witnesses today are great. I don't know very much about the next witness, Daniel Bulford. He's our last one. I kind of want to keep it that way. I don't want to form an opinion. I just want to keep it open mind, go in and see what we have. And then finish off our day with the Brady Bunch. We're going to do that. So we'll be sticking around for that, and we'll give it a shot. To those that don't know what it is, I'm going to put a link where you can join my studio, and we'll sit and chat. And then for the 47 who are here, this morning I had quite a few. Where did that page go? Quite a few people send me a link to the People's Inquiry that's being put together for the inquiry into COVID, Preston Manning inquiry. You guys are familiar with that? Well, you should check it out. I'm going to get the link here. Where are you, James? James, you're a rock star. I got so many DM insiders. They're just passing me all the great info. And James, you know who you are. You're also in my chat all the time. You're awesome, bud. So here we go. National Citizen. So let me share this website with you all. Because it might be something we could do. Do a bit of a push and get another inquiry going. And what I like about this particular inquiry is they're not using the system. This is a citizen one. This is one where we're going to be doing it. I think the inquiry is about to come back because the video did. So keep an eye on that. But check this out. I'll throw it into the chat right now, the link. Check this out. Barbara, yeah, I got 4 people that sent me the link in my DM. So sorry, Barbara, if I didn't mention you, but yeah, there was 4 people. So some people that heard the video, because I said, hey, everybody got the link, send it to me. And this is what's wonderful about Canada, is that's exactly what happened. I got sent the link. But check it out, folks, because at least sign the petition. Okay, at least sign the petition. But I've also started to look into the suggested commissioner. I actually qualify for it. You don't have to be a judge. You don't have to be a lawyer. But you do have to have some relevant experience and journalism, law, policy, and those are 3 of them that's on there. So I do qualify. So what I'm thinking about doing is I'll put together a page on my website, because they require quite a bit of information about me for you to fill it out, like my birthday. So I will fill out some stuff on a website. I'll give it to you all. And if you think an independent journalist / politician / legal guy like me could also contribute, they're looking for 5 commissioners for this. And they're all going to be citizens. I'll throw my hat in. And if I'm selected, I'll be honored to do it. So I'll get that information on my website to assist. And if you want to nominate, throw my hat in the ring. Consent from me is one of the requirements, and you'll absolutely have it. I'll give you that. He's a baby, 1977. That's right, Ellen. 1977. A month before Elvis passed, I came into this world. I don't know why that's a milestone or figure, but yeah, he passed in March. So I had a month of Elvis. Yeah, and then for those that don't know, February 14th is my birthday, and then February 14th, 2017, my 40th birthday, I passed the Law Society exam. So, you know, always, if you want to go back, second career, you want to do school, you do it. You can do it. Let me get the video ready, the stream ready. So, folks, I hope you're enjoying today. Today has been good. It's been emotional, and it's been good. I'm very pleased that Jeremy got to
Order
speak.
adult.
Look at that. We're done. All right. We'll chat soon. Thank you all.
Johnny.
Oh, all right. There we go. That week is over. Convoy week is over. It's in the bag. We got a lot of sound bites, a lot of good sound bites. We got a lot of truth, a lot of good truth. We got a lot of more information about a bit of a separation or split in the convoy leadership and stuff. All good, though. How do you guys feel about that? Boy, was Daniel awesome. He wasn't a pushover. I don't even think Paul wanted to try and challenge him. Do you guys think the government has got the work cut out for them now? They're going to have to show how they needed the EA. Don't think they're going to get there. Not at all. You were all waiting around for the Brady Bunch. Do you guys want to kind of just start that? Maybe we'll just get that going and see how we can get this, how many people can get in here. I know Stunt is here now. Here we go. How does this Brady Bunch work? Well, Jeremy, I'm going to put a link in this chat. You're going to click that link. The first time people that show up will get in. And there's a link. And let's see who pulls on first. Who's going to be first? But I really liked today a lot, everybody. So we had Tamara to start off the day, finish her up in the cross. I also sent a link to those 2 text messages. Those are pretty interesting text messages, aren't they? Talking about making a plan, using the narrative of January 6th. Oop, somebody popped in. His name is John. Hi, John. You there, bud? Well, you're there, half there. Maybe check your microphone. Oh! Hey, John. Are you getting ready for Christmas? You got your snowman there. Hi, John.
How are you, Jason Lavigne?
I'm good. I'm good. You got the name right. And where are you located?
You know what, Jason? I'm here in Southwest Ontario. What's happening is I'm getting feedback in a delay.
You may want to turn off your YouTube stream. That may be where you're getting the other audio. So yeah, anybody who connects, you'll get audio from me direct. You don't need the YouTube anymore.
How's that?
It's good on my end. How's it on your end?
Well, that's better. There's no reverb.
There you go. Yeah, you were getting the delay of going to YouTube and then back to your ear then.
Whereabouts are you, Jason?
I'm in the bush.
Generally.
Yeah, in the bush west of Edmonton, west of a town called Breton. I won't give you the GPS locations, but not far from the town of Breton, west of Edmonton. And I'm actually in the bush. That was not a joke. We bought some virgin land and we're building a homestead. And I'm currently in a trailer. So bringing this live from the bush on Starlink and solar power. No joke.
Now, you mentioned you are a member of parliament.
Not yet. No, I'm a candidate. I'm running for member of parliament.
Okay. Now, the riding you're in, is it referred to as Yellowhead?
Correct. Yes, it's Yellowhead.
Okay, and the Yellowhead is, as I remember, it's a highway that runs from Saskatchewan through Alberta. Is it up into the Northwest Territories?
It goes all the way to Jasper, I believe, is where it will stop, and then it continues into the mountains on the BC side as something else.
Okay.
And it's also a region west of Edmonton. So Yellowhead was an area, and then that led to the highway, and then the highway was extended. But we have Yellowhead County here, and then Yellowhead Region for the federal riding.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would imagine that's probably quite a large area.
Oh, it's massive. 5 hours tip to tip. I think it might even be the largest riding south of the territories. It's a big one. It's a big one.
And you're running as an independent?
I am. I
Good
was,
man.
yeah, originally I looked at I contacted CPC. They got a guy, Gerald Sikora. He's the current MP. Spoke with the PPC. They were interested. But independent is the right way to do it, in my opinion, for the particular mission that I have, which is oversight, accountability. And I actually want to get a voice in there because parties, the whips, the platform, it really kills the local voice. Yellowhead's been without a voice for far too long. And Alberta needs a lot more voice in there as well. So independence the only path that I see, John.
Yeah, the where you are, the independent ticket is probably the way to go.
I agree. PPC came in second, which is strong support. CPC is losing support because they've been here for so long. Gerald's a bit of a, he's a good guy, really nice guy. But he's not bringing our issues forward. And that's a little bit, we all see it. And we are an independent side of the country. Reform was strong here. Wild Rose was strong around here. Joe Clark was the PM from Yellowhead. It was his riding. And he's now turned independent. So he left the Conservative Party, went independent. So independent is a strong mentality out here. It's a strong mindset out here. Because we are just strong, independent people. It's just who we are. So I agree with you. I think there is an independent ticket available here. And I'm also, I'm a strong conservative. I did vote conservative. But I think the party is the problem. And we need some oversight. And we won't get that with the party.
Well, it's become, especially in the West, it's become a case of, there's this growing belief that maybe it's time they kind of went by themselves.
Well, you think exit? Hey, Jeremy.
How's it going?
Hey, Jeremy, you got to kill your YouTube.
Exit? Hey, Jeremy. How's it going?
Yeah, put your headset on and kill the YouTube. So I'll just mute you. Okay, there we go. So we hear the reverb too when you got a speaker on. There you go, John. Sorry. You're thinking Wexit?
No, I'm thinking that sort of thing, it takes a unified thought process. And it's not something you do in anger or frustration.
Right.
But there should be, I think there should be some resolve to give it some real teeth. There should be some resolve to take it away from, the way that Canada feels about Quebec's attitude towards separation. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yes.
There should be some legitimacy to it. And therefore, you have to get everybody on the same page.
Well,
before you push that that idea.
Yeah, I don't think that idea is gaining ground here anymore. There's a lot of push for solidarity and sovereignty. You heard a lot of testimony today around Quebec-Alberta relations being artificial, that narrative's falling apart. I believe in that. I actually believe in that. I think that's happening. And I don't see separation being called for anymore. Quebec, the last poll, it was 10%. So even them, separation has fallen off the radar. They're looking for independence, sovereignty, and they're pushing harder for that. And we all should have sovereignty. All provinces should be sovereign under a united Canada. And the fact is, we don't have to change a single law to do that. We just have to get back to using our Constitution, which is Section 91 and 92, which outlines the jurisdiction for federal and provincial lawmaking. Like the province and the federal government are limited to Sections 91 and 92 of the Constitution. But through overreach and constant maneuvering around things, they've done a lot of overreach on that. And all we got to do is go back to that. Are you familiar with Section 92A, which gives resource rights to the provinces? Provinces have always had resource rights. So, you know, there's one right there. Section 92.
Wasn't that what we challenged the National Energy Program on?
Yeah, and I believe we won the appeal, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alberta won the appeal. So we're making steps in that direction. And that's what Danielle Smith is calling for when she calls for a free Alberta, a sovereign Alberta. It's to just go back to Section 91 and 92 and get rid of some of the federalism and overreach that has creeped in. For example, healthcare is never supposed to be federal. Not supposed to be federal. But what they did was they created like a welfare program for healthcare and then ran the money and then used the money to dictate how everything works. Clever way to get around Section 92, which put healthcare in the province, because now they're controlling healthcare through the financial payments of the healthcare system. That's overreach. The Canada Health Act should be revoked. It's illegal. But that's an example of federalism and overreach that we kind of just tolerated under the guise or the promise of some social services. But the truth is, the provinces still run the healthcare services, but they're mandated and controlled by the federal government. So, for example, that's one thing that I think we all should recognize is overreach. It's illegal, and it's also unnecessary. And that's where I'm hoping Danielle Smith will push hard, Quebec will push hard, and eventually Saskatchewan and other provinces will jump on board and start pushing hard to regain the sovereignty that we've always had, but we've lost over the years. Now, Jeremy, where are you located?
Sorry. Do either of you two know the details of what Quebec managed to gain through their, I believe it was a Supreme Court challenge to the Canada Health Act when it came to private clinics treating cancer?
What was the decision?
A few years ago. It was someone who couldn't get timely cancer treatment through the public health care system. And so he basically challenged the public health monopoly in Quebec on providing those kinds of treatments. And I believe it was successful, but I don't know the details. So this was a few years ago.
Yeah, I'm just going to pull it right now. It might take me a bit, but it sounds like private cancer treatment was allowed then.
Yeah, and I think they won it basically under the Charter protections to security of the person. Okay,
yeah, to be able to get the healthcare is security for life, and you got to be able to have life and liberty. So you think under that is where they got it, not the Constitution?
Well, the Charter is part of the Constitution, but they may have also applied the Constitution as applies to public or healthcare rather being provincial jurisdiction.
I'm just gonna put the link in for more people to come join. We got a 3-person Brady Bunch here.
So yeah, it may have actually just been the Quebec Supreme Court that decided on that.
Yeah, it sounds more like it, Jeremy, because the province runs healthcare. So that sounds more like it, that maybe the province was limiting it. And that's where it should be. Yeah, so I'm surprised it would have been a Canadian decision, because that would be all provinces then if it was in the Canadian Supreme Court.
Probably provincial.
But that's an example right there, John and Jeremy, of where the federal government isn't supposed to be. Healthcare. That is a provincial issue. Now, this dental program that they just announced, that NDP partnership push for that dental care program, and they just announced it, it's coming out. That's yet another example of an overreach, because dental is health, health is province, but yet they're doing a federal national system for that, and they're going to roll in the national ID for that, so you can gain access to that system, and then they'll implement other systems that you can get into. But right there, right in front of our eyes, two parties got together, NDP Liberal, and they're breaking yet another constitutionally protected section, 92 health, dental falls under health, unless they're saying it's cosmetic, but that's happening right in front of our eyes. And that's bringing in the digital ID, the national ID, because to gain access to that program, you'll need the national ID. So you guys, have you been watching, John and Jeremy, you've been watching a lot of the coverage?
Yeah, past week or so, through your channel, but since the beginning of it, through various channels.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Jeremy. What kept you here? It
Well,
wasn't
like
the uninterrupted service, because I've had some interrupted service here.
Yeah, I did bounce around a bit when you got frozen out, but I always came right back.
Thank you,
once
Jeremy.
you're back up and running. I really like your legal commentary and the fact that you have such a small group following, so you can actually like carry on a discussion in the chat.
Yeah.
With other people there, like I've been on like the war campaign chat and things like that, where he's got like thousands of people commenting on there, and it's like, you know, you can't really have a meaningful conversation with anybody on some of those larger streams.
Yeah, we're a little bit more intimate and interactive then, right?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Stunt showed up, and then we'll be once we get more popular, that'll be a problem we run into then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, eventually.
Hey, Stunt.
I spelled my name wrong.
Oh, you know what? I can probably fix that for you.
I am a real dummy. Can't even spell the name right.
There you go. Oh, your volume's loud. I got you, bud. You're covered. I got you covered. There we go. Sorry, I'm just going to change
our names there, Jason.
Sorry, bud?
You can change our names there?
Oh, yeah. I can make you anything I want right now. I've got the power. I'm not even voted in, and I got some power.
We're going to get you voted in.
Oh, you think so, Stunt? I think that would be a good move.
Listen, you tell me what I can do to help make you go viral and get in there, and I will do it.
Well, you keep showing up, showing your mug. Yeah, no, I'm down. I'm down. I think the way to win this one is reach through open platforms, reach people, because Yellowhead is large, very remote. A lot of people are remote here. So it'd be physically impossible to shake every hand. So I got to build up, a reputation of having honest, unbiased opinions and getting out there and reaching people, all types of people. And that's fun. But frankly, I think this is a fun thing to do. So if you're listening and you have a little bit of an idea of doing this stuff, do it, guys. The more we spread the messages, the better. Because as we heard, Global's dealing with the PMO office. Global TV's got busted in a text message today. They're cahoots. This is not tinfoil stuff. They're in cahoots.
I missed that. What did the text message say?
Basically said Bill Blair and PM or JT a year ago, around Jan 6, had this narrative idea that it was bad. They bounced that around for about a year. Convoy kicked off. They said, hey, remember that narrative we talked about a year ago? This might match the Convoy. Call Global TV. That was basically the text messages. Hey, John, Jeremy, what did you get out of them?
Well, that conversation came up once before during the inquiry. I can't remember whose testimony was going on. You're
right. The first text message came up. You're correct about that. The Global TV one, I think that came up today.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe that specific line.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, it just confirms what we've known all along. But now we actually have it in evidence in a public inquiry commission.
Well, that's what actually made me go down there was it just didn't make sense. It was so obvious that it was the world's most peaceful protest, and it is literally, you could spit on the convoy from both CBC and CTV in Ottawa. And I know for a fact they were not threatened in any way because I was there. As a matter of fact, the first day I was there, I was the only person with a mask. Nobody said a word to me. Like all this stuff about people being threatened and having their masks torn off and big cameras couldn't go there to do the story. It's all nonsense. None of it made sense. Now it does. They didn't have to go see or tell the truth because Trudeau was giving them the story.
Well, Paul Champ brought up all these stories about different mainstream or legacy media personalities being assaulted or harassed or whatever, but he didn't bring up any evidence to back that up with. He never showed any video or anything like that. I don't know, maybe that wouldn't have been relevant to be entered in as evidence to the commission. But
we didn't see a single. Yeah, we didn't see a single news crew swarmed, and they have big cameras with.
They were not there. They were not there, man. I'm telling you, I looked for them every day. It became a joke. On all my streams, we talk about the big cameras. That's what we started calling MSM, because they weren't there. I seen them 3 times. I seen APTN, which is the Aboriginal News or something like that. They had no problem. Yeah, they had no problem. I streamed while they were doing their news there. They were the only ones I seen in the convoy at all, except for on 2 occasions. It was very clear that the police were working in cahoots with MSM and called them for the money shot. I got a call right away to go to Coventry Road and stream. When I got there, the big cameras they were there. Somebody told them to go get the money shot while Coventry was being raided.
Yeah.
You know?
And we heard Daniel tell us, and Daniel knew, he recognized the face, didn't he? He recognized the Prime Minister's personal photographer at the photograph for that Yahtzee flag.
Well, that's another thing. Did you ever see the video of the guy saying he was attacked? There is no video at all. It is a black screen of a phone flipping through the air and hitting the ground. It lasts a grand total of like 5 seconds. Anybody could duplicate it by turning their phone on in the dark and dropping their phone. This is not evidence.
No. Well, it's
nonsense.
There was no. Who's in the hospital? Is anybody in the hospital? Where's a stitch? We count how many stitches we give people. So let's go look at the records. It's medical. It's private.
How convenient. Yeah. Then you hear them. They're talking about, there was like negotiations going on and whatever, and there was swarming happening. I saw one swarm that I could say was the protesters swarming, and it was nothing bad. It's because, yet again, it looked like CBC was called ahead and told that trucks are going to be moving. Now's the time to come and get your shot. We're doing our job. They're moving out, you know? Yep. So CBC had been lying about us for weeks by this point, and everybody knew they weren't there. They literally were not there, you know? So it was a little bit insulting to the peaceful protesters how CBC was right there within the red zone, lied about us horrendously for weeks, and then tried to sneak up through Spark Street Mall to get the shot of the first trucks moving. And the protesters were like, no, you haven't been here for weeks. You've been lying about us when the truth has been on your doorstep. You're not getting this shot. And there was no fight, there was no weapons, there was no screaming or nothing. It was just very clear. They were basically facing a crowd that was booing at them.
Yeah. Well,
that was about boo. Yeah. And they knew that we knew exactly what was going on. Those were my only experiences with the big cameras. And that was my only experience with any swarmings. Every other swarming that happened was like groups of 20 cops on some kid that was bringing $5 of gasoline in or something. $5 of fuel with a red jerry can. Like, yeah, people were getting swarmed. It was the cops doing it. Dude, I got swarmed myself. While leaving, I was waiting for a taxi to leave. I got swarmed within 2 feet of the red zone border by 4 cops who came up and started telling me, what's going on, buddy? Are you okay? And this and that. And yeah, they realized I had a stream going, and all of a sudden they didn't want to talk anymore. They told me to stay warm, and I went home.
Now, streaming and cameras, that was a big weapon on this one, wasn't it? It turned out to be our biggest sword. We didn't need to stick someone. We just needed to photograph and video them. It turned out to be a really good thing, Stunt.
I'll tell you something, and it may sound crazy.
Let's do it.
But when you're there, the camera really is a weapon. Mm-hmm. They can't delete it when it's streaming to platforms and have people that can clip it and make sure it never vanishes. You know, so it really is a weapon, and they know it. They're intimidated by it, almost like it was a gun pointing at them, because they can't do what they want to do. And it was very apparent that down there, they were not able to do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I think that caught them by surprise, the streamers. And John, do you think that C11 is the shield to that? They realize what happened with the streamers, and C11 is now the result of that?
Not it specifically, not this instance specifically, but C11 is a creation of what the government has intent to silence. So this is not going to be the only time when individual broadcast or individual reporting, right, or individual narrative is going to be silenced. This won't be the only time, but this is like I said earlier in a comment I made. It's a test run, right? It's a test run to see how effective it is. And if it wasn't for guys like you, Jason, the day of, if it wasn't for guys like you doing your stream from the convoy, I never would have actually got, you know, firsthand news, because I mean, it certainly wasn't on television, you know. And I was trying to explain to my 94-year-old mother about what was really going on.
Right.
She's very much a patriot, as all my family are, but of course, being 94 years old, you have the mindset that, you know, CTV Power Play and Evan Solomon and all the other talking heads would never lie to you.
Yes.
Because if it's you know, hey, she would say to me, John, it's on television, so why would they make it up?
Yes.
Do you see what I mean? So it was, she doesn't have a computer, so it was difficult for me to explain to her that it's not like that. What you're seeing is not the reality. This is the narrative they want you to understand. You know, to me,
God bless her, though. She had 60 years of true news, though. She went through most of her life getting true news.
Yes.
So
yes.
The last
And I
chunk
think
is where it went bad.
I think maybe that's where there's that disconnect with that generation. My mother's 94, so she was born in the 20s, and she, you know, it was a different time when the country was about protecting itself, and so people would sign up for the military and gladly go to fight for this country, and you know, and support it in every way. I mean, you know, my family has endured the depressions, the recessions, the pandemics, and the epidemics, and the everything. And now there's a younger generation that doesn't feel they need to be in keeping with that. So yes, you're absolutely right. She has every belief that the government would do us no harm, and I don't hold that. I don't hold that against her one little bit. It's just really difficult to kind of get the message across, because you have to, you know, I mean, everybody on here is very informed. Everybody here is very well researched, but it's difficult to get that understanding across to others, so it sinks in for them, and so they learn to read between the lines themselves. You know, I think that's probably what everybody on your chat does. But the average person, they want their 5 minutes of social media news because that's the gospel to them, and then they move on. Whereas people like us, we search, you know, we read between the lines, and we listen to what is said, and then we listen to what is not said.
Right.
Right.
Yep. And then Jeremy, so as John pointed out, you know, the media changed. We used to have good media, but now the media changed. And then over the last 2 years, we had this event. So the media was filled with, hey, you need to listen to us, but if you hear other messages, be scared and worry of them because they're going to be wrong and false. There was a lot of misinformation programming going on the last 2 years, so that alternate information was already labeled as misinformation to the mainstream.
Yeah.
So in addition to starting to tell lies, they've also attacked their competitors with lies, so that people who are following this and going, oh no, there's Fauci, he's talking to us. And then at the end of the segment, it says,
poisoning the well.
yeah, and they say, okay, but if you're Fox, you're crazy, or they other the other side. So it's a two-pronged approach here. They're first telling lies about the narrative, and then telling lies about the competition. I can totally imagine people who grew up trusting the CBC, trusting CTV, trusting your government, but this recent one, especially over the last, say, 2 years, so let's just focus on the 2 years, have gone into hyper propaganda, and this is just not new or not something that's recognizable.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way out of this without becoming a dictatorial media itself? Like, are we going to try and tell media what's truth and not? Like, what is the solution to this? How do we undo the loss of trust, and how do we get media back to being media? I
don't know if the legacy media is salvageable at this point. My best hope for some form of balanced mainstream media in Canada was the Sun News Network when it was going, but of course the CRTC slapped them down. Well, and even before they did, they weren't able to get on most of the I don't know, like cable providers or whatever.
They made it hard, yes.
Yeah, so they didn't really have much of a chance, which was somewhat surprising, given that they had the Sun News chain of newspapers behind them. It's like, you know, the corporation behind that news channel had been a source of credible news in every city across Canada, or mostly every major city across Canada, for decades before that. So, I mean, to me, it was hugely suspect that that the CRTC was able to, I don't know, play the cards that they did against Sun News Media Network.
Well, we just got an idea from Green here, who says we should start our own.
Yeah, I've actually been talking to him about that. And as crazy as it sounds off the hop, it's actually not so crazy. The problem is I've done research trying to get a CRTC license, and through all the websites I've gone through, I can't even find an application fee.
What do you want a CRTC license for?
Well, we were thinking about starting a real, not real, because there's nothing real about legacy media, but we can't trust them. We don't believe that they're salvageable. So the only way to get truth to their audience is to become one of them.
Yeah.
We don't know how much it's going to cost or if it's possible or anything. It's something that's like 3 days into very light research. But other than that, I think the only thing we can do is just let them die and start converting people to uncut, unedited streams to go on as long as it needs, as long as the story's going on. You know, and I think once we get more people onto that, which I think the Convoy did a huge favor for that mission, people are just going to give up on MSM.
Well, we have as big of media figures as Megyn Kelly down in the States now doing independent journalism through her own podcasts. She used to be an anchor for Fox News, and then I don't think she ever went to CNN, did she? But she went somewhere else before she...
She was on Fox, and then she got fired on MSNBC. So MSNBC, she made the comment about people wearing costumes back in the day out of respect, and then it was portrayed as she was condoning and supporting blackface, which wasn't what she was saying. And then, they kicked her out of MSNBC. But that is what paid for her little network, because she got a big check when they did that.
Oh, I see,
yeah. So, you know, the media paid, and they got her to go. But, you know, you have people like Tim Pool, who just walked around Occupy or the 1% thing, and then he went on to do some YouTubing, and then away you go. You got people like Viva Fry, who was just a lawyer, and then he just was really interested and got involved, and he's one of the main reasons this Convoy was covered very well. And I think that is a new media stunt. I think that is the new one. Grassroots independent media. I don't think you need CRTC license. You just need StreamYard, Starlink, and away you go.
I agree. But once C11 gets passed, if it does, we need every tool we can get to compete with them. I don't even know if it's possible, but we're willing to figure it out and go to war. This is an information war. It's not even a joke. We're literally in an information war, and we need to get the truth out there because they're not doing it.
Yeah, well, good luck to them on the enforcement side of C11. That's my only first thing to say. Laws are laws, but they need to be enforced. So good luck with that. Starlink won't comply. VPN makes it impossible to enforce. And if there's a will, there's a way. And if there's a truth, you'll get it out. I've dealt with them on the music side of things. So I think it was 30% Canadian content was a requirement for concerts and music. And it's really insane what they require you to do. For example, we would have a roadie come in with a U.S. band. They would bring in all their people. We would have to count how many of them are U.S. citizens. We would have to count how many people are working the event are Canadian citizens. We would have to be ready to produce these.
What?
We would have to be ready to produce a citizenship to confirm that we had the right number of people representing Canadians within a concert. We did that for Keith Urban, and Keith Urban came up, and that was a bit of a hassle because he came up with more people than we planned. No kidding. We had to hire some temp workers just to do the quota.
That is insane.
Well, that's what it means. That's what it means, because they will come and shut you down, and event producers want to be able to produce events.
That was just a concert.
Yeah, that was a concert. Yeah, we were doing concerts. But it's anything that's radio, TV, movie, entertainment. Now they're moving it to internet. So we've had these laws for a long time, just in the other areas already. Now, how are they going to force it? How are they going to make me do 30% Canadian content? How are they going to make me stay in the Canadian market or make sure I reach a Canadian audience?
I thought they were just going to force YouTube's algorithm to do it.
Well, good luck with that. YouTube's pushing back on that because it actually hurts YouTube's business. When you artificially change the algorithm, according to YouTube, they did a nice video on this on their creator network. What it causes is a worse experience for the user, and then they're going to leave YouTube. So YouTube's fighting it because they have no desire to force content on anyone, because that is not how their algorithm works for best recommendation. So it breaks their business. So we'll see how that battle goes. But when it comes down to it, stunt enforcement is going to be very difficult for the government. And what is that going to look like or mean? Are they going to shut down Stunt's channel because they timed him and he did 29 minutes of Canadian content, but he talked about an American subject for 39 minutes, therefore you're off? I don't know what they're going to do with that. Or are they just trying to give us topics just like YouTube does that we have to stay away from? And if we go into those, like happens with YouTube, I've already had a video taken down, they will just push a delete button. Stunt, which way do you think they're going to go? Tell us what to say or just delete us when they're unhappy?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about that. I'm more like, okay, you want to play that game? I'll become Captain Canada and I'll make the most Canadian content you've ever seen in your life, 24/7. But you better believe it's going to be unhappy honking content or something in revenge, and like protest. You're going to force me to be Canadian content. I'll play.
Well,
you're going to see me honking in a Canadian cape or something. Pirate internet, yeah.
You remember that movie Pirate Radio, where they just went on a barge just outside onto international waters and started broadcasting from there? Have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we just need to be 30 kilometers off our shore, and then we can start doing Starlink.
That's hilarious.
Well, international water, I don't know if the laws apply there, right?
I'm not really worried about, I know I should be worried about Bill C11 more, but honestly, what I have planned for content and like marketing is really, I'm not too concerned with the algorithm. Word is definitely going to get around. I have no doubt.
Well, Rumble's a Canadian company, and this will be a Canadian bill.
Are they?
Yeah, they're Toronto, brother. They're a Toronto company.
Huh.
So Rumble will definitely fall underneath it, right down to the jurisdiction. So, John, are we looking at C11 and are we making it more than it is? Are we getting more worried than we should? maybe it is a good thing for culture. Can we maybe take the devil's advocate look at this? And is there something good that's in here, or is this just a wolf in sheep's clothing and it really is a bad thing?
No, I am no fan of C11 nor all the other C's and B's and D's.
That's funny.
At all. And because you see, what it is it's how far can they push their limit, and how much will people take, right, before we fight back. So the convoy was our tipping point, right? The convoy was our tipping point. So they saw how far they could get. And so what they do is they come back to the table and they say, okay, so we're going to have to go at this by another angle. Let's try it through legislation. And we won't broadcast the legislation. We won't talk about what we're changing. We'll just only spring it upon people, and then people will find out someday that, oh, hey, you can't do that anymore. And you'll have no recourse but just to accept the way things are. That's pushing the limit again. So how much longer or how much farther can they push us? That's all it is. Because you see, it's a stage. It's a graded progression of what would you call?
Are they provoking us to a breaking point?
Well, no, I think it's just manipulation. It's just manipulation. So you guys are younger than myself. So, for instance, we all have our own opinion. For instance, when the tipping point happened, or when this country began to go on that slippery slope. But let me ask you, Jason and Jeremy and Stunt, when for you in your mind did Canada begin to change, and did these slight alterations in our lives, in our lifestyle, right, begin to happen, that were out of the ordinary from the life that we once knew, or the life that we were once comfortable with? For you individually, each one of you, when did that happen in your own mind? Because we all have our own idea, and I'll give you a heads up. There's no wrong answer.
For sure. For me, it was when I'm weird like this. I was paying attention a long time ago. It's when the government started to get into our homes and said no more punishment of children. And we were having to we had the government now in our house saying you can't spank your children. And discipline was now a problem. Around the same time, and I was a kid at the time, the school was teaching us about that, to call the police and to call and report our parents. Wow. And I remember this in about grades, I would say 7, 8, somewhere in there, 6, 7, 8, where it was all coming out that it wasn't allowed. Child Protective Services is a thing now, and the children in school were being taught about it. I recognized that as a intrusion into our family and snitching on our parents. And I didn't feel comfortable with that at that age at all. It's not like our home required it. That wasn't really the point. The point was at school, I was being told to tell on my parents, and that I felt really weird about that. So that would have been early 80s. That would be mine. Because right then I started feeling really weird about government. And I was young. Jeremy, Stunt?
So, I mean, like, probably before I remember, but I think one thing I know kind of happened with my family, kind of somewhat similar to what you're saying, Jason, is when my oldest brother was going into grade 4, that was when they were starting to introduce sex ed in the public school systems here in Alberta. And so at that point, my parents decided to start homeschooling us. And we did go back and forth from time to time. So I was in public Catholic school for about a month in grade 4. But the school was just starting up, and that particular one didn't have any sex ed that I remember. And then I went to some private schools or whatever else. But I guess my family's always been very skeptical of the government and the way that mainstream society, so to speak, has been tending. Probably, well, I mean, so my oldest brother was born in '82, so that probably would have been kind of when my parents would have really started thinking about that. I was like, how is everything going on in society going to affect our children and how they're growing up and what values they're going to be raised with and so forth.
Yeah, they were putting sexuality and the power into the children's hands younger and younger at that time. Stunt?
Well, I have to be honest. I've never really been political. I've been very naive. I have still lots of Ottawa friends who are Ottawa police, and always felt like even though I don't really agree with everything government does, I can trust them. Felt like votes were real and whatever. I'm not involved as other people are. Maybe they know what's better or not. And I never really paid that much attention to it. Then I went to the Convoy, and the first thing that I saw when I got there was a truck that said, "Media is the virus." And I was a double-vaxxed, masked trucker that had no interest in mandates or their beliefs or any of it. I was a streamer and a trucker mechanic that lived in Ottawa, and I went to see a convoy. That was it. And when I went there, I started learning about all the mandates and all that. And then the first thing I learned was what media is the virus meant, because I went home that night and heard about all these non-existent Nazi flags. And yeah, I started thinking, well, maybe because I believed in CTV and everything, CBC, Global, all that. And I started thinking, whoa, maybe I haven't been paying enough attention, right? But I'll tell you what really did it for me with the government was I knew that the protest was being lied about. So instead of just going to stream Honks or a Convoy, I went back the next day waiting to see these Nazi flags, and I just never seen them. So I started interviewing cops and colored people and stuff, and walking around looking for them Nazi flags and all that. And then I started investigating the homeless shelter lies and stuff. And I stumbled upon the police, and they had this budget truck that they were taking some very weird items. I can't remember exactly what they were, but weird stuff like drums of chemicals and these boxes that said whatever on it. And I had a very busy chat. I was doing 100,000 views a day, and people were emailing me all kinds of stuff and that. So I had these people that decided to do research, and they found out where the truck would have been rented from. And then I went there, and when the truck wasn't at the Convoy or the police station, it wasn't there either. Then I had people notice that there was no website on that truck, no phone number on that truck, and that this truck was a fake budget truck. And they weren't unloading things at the courthouse or Parliament or anything. They were taking everything into the back door of a Bank of Montreal. So it was just so weird. And the way they were acting when I was trying to record them, they'd start running inside the door with the boxes and that. And people started making me paranoid with their emails and stuff. I was not red-pilled or anti-government in any way. But I honestly really 1,000,000% felt like I could trust that Convoy crowd to not do anything out of line or violent at all. It just, the love and the unity was in the air. You could cut it with a knife. There was no way, not one person there would want that to end. It was either the mandates or we were holding the line. And when I seen those cops and the way they were acting with that budget truck and stuff, I felt a fear in me that there's going to be a false flag here. That the only way for them to end this is something's going to be started. And I knew it wouldn't be started from us. And I realized right then and there, I don't trust the media, and I don't trust the government anymore. And I don't trust the police. And it was definitely my tipping point.
Incredible stuff. And then, John, your question right back at you.
1982, the Constitution.
1982 was a big year for a few of us, huh?
Yeah.
1988.
I mean, look at the creators of it. Pierre Trudeau, a devout communist. He went to school. He went to school in Russia. His contemporaries were Michael Manley from Jamaica, Muammar Gaddafi from Libya, Fidel Castro. You know, and you had John Chrétien, who also was a divine follower of the teachings of Pierre Trudeau, as were many of the cronies that were in the Liberal government at that time. They handed the Constitution, or they handed the final decision-making process for the country. It didn't end any longer with the duly elected government. It would go to the Supreme Court. And that was a big problem for a lot of Canadians. I know my father had a real problem with that. He said, well, why vote for somebody that can't come to a decision at the end of the day that sticks? But it was after that I began to notice the subtle changes. Now, I was no longer in school in the 80s, but all of a sudden you start to hear where it sounded like students were running the classes and students were running the, were running the schools, and they were complaining about teachers. I mean, you would not complain about a teacher when I was going there. The teacher was in charge. That's all there was to it. I mean, unless there was, a total absence of reason, and then the teachers were dealt with harshly. There was no this slap on the wrist stuff and we'll just move you to another class. No, they were, sometimes you didn't see them again if things went sideways, but it just seemed to change from there. And it seemed to be that even in policing, the whole atmosphere of the police must be in control of the streets and the criminality, that they went sort of like, over a period of time, they sort of were regarded more as uniformed social workers than they were, providers of law enforcement and public order. That seemed to evolve through the 80s, and then it became, especially here in Ontario, once we got Bob Rae and his merry bunch, things really seemed to take go off the deep end in a big way. After that, it seemed that after, especially once Bob Rae was here in Ontario, because that's when I was working, it just seemed that things never really returned. I mean, we had some bright spots with Mike Harris and what have you, but for all intents and purposes, it didn't seem to be the same sort of order, and there didn't seem to be as much common sense. It's like people didn't have to have it.
And I think that it was taught to us that way. So early in school, we used to be very respectful. Back in the day, we'd be respectful and be, yes, Mrs. Smith, yes, Mr. Smith. Then it got into, we were kind of more cordial and friendly with them. It's like Jerry instead of Mr. Smith. And it's like Sandy. Now we know their sex lives and their preferences. These are the teachers, right? These are the teachers. We went from a respectful environment to buddies to now they're telling us all about their sexual preferences. There's no place for that, of course, but that's the decline I'm seeing. The respect in the classroom, the respect between teachers and students, the boundaries between teachers and students are now blurred, and in ways that wasn't that way before. Was that done on purpose, or was that just trying to pull back on something and it was just accidentally turned that way? Or is this like a purposeful slide? Jeremy, you're smiling and you kind of nodded a few times there. Is this intentional in the schools to continue this decline, or? Okay.
I think so, and I think Dr. Jordan Peterson has drawn a lot of attention to this. The kind of Marxist, neo-modernist infiltration of academia. Basically, they realized that after being Soviet sympathizers was no longer gonna cut it during the Cold War. They decided to go for a cultural revolution from within our our system, and where better to start than in the education system, and then it's just spread from there.
Yeah, we homeschool because I have that concern.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Stunt, do you have children yet?
Yeah, I got a little girl. She's 16, and I completely agree that there was major changes in the school system. If I didn't go to school when I was a kid, they sent someone from the school to my door to come and pick me up.
That's right.
You know, like a truant officer. But then when my daughter was going to school, the teachers were always on strike. As a matter of fact, I'm from Ontario, and guess what? They're on strike. I think they're going on strike today, aren't they?
Yeah,
They have literally held parents hostage. You know, like I'm lucky that I've been self-employed for years, and you know, I could deal with all that. But man, I remember going to school and wishing there would be a snow day or a strike. And I think I've seen maybe 1 week of strike and 3 snow days in my entire education. Yeah, it's like there's no respect in the education system anymore for the students or between the students and the teachers and stuff. It is so weird. And I'm thankful that I didn't go there in this generation, because I don't believe they're getting an education. I think they're being programmed with wokeness. And yeah, I think I don't know why, but I definitely think that it's by design.
For sure. And John, when we were growing up, we had discipline in our homes. And I remember one of my big shocks as a teenager, a young teenager, I think junior high or so, going over to a buddy's place for the first time and seeing how he disrespected his parents, swore at his mother, and like threw stuff at her. I never experienced or witnessed that before, that level of disrespect at home. That seems to be more and more. We have people or young adults living at home till the 30s, pushing on. Sometimes they have to because economically it's very difficult. But some of them, maybe they're not encouraged to go or they just can't go. Is that also by design? Attacking the home life, making it difficult for people to leave home, and making it... I'm trying to be delicate here. Because I know I have a lot of young guests and people that watch that still stay at home. But is it an economic concern, or is it the parents not pushing it out? What do you think happened there? Because we used to leave home by 16 and 15, and we were out on our own, building our own career.
It's not their fault. It's not young people's fault. You know, there's a derelict generation of grown-ups. I'm part of that generation, although I don't blame myself, because I was certainly the kind more like the father that my father was to me. But if you break down the family unit, where you have mother and father and their children living in the same place, and you have that familial structure that is not so much authoritative, but it's nurturing, it's supportive, right? And you have the benefit of learning responsibility and personal accountability, then you have a strong individual. Mm-hmm. So then once you melt away that foundation and you impose these government ideals, or these, as Jeremy said, culturally Marxist principles, especially in young open minds when they're 6 and 7 and 8 years old, then you have a child that won't think so much for themselves. They'll think more in a collective thought, right? Well, while still being distanced from being able to create friendships and lasting relationships, you know. And for instance, there's a city in China outside of major metropolitan areas where the CCP has done experiments for years, where young children, small children, are given social credit. And basically what they do is the children are expected to follow government policy. And that policy includes turning your mom and dad in if they're not following government rules in terms of living standards and behavior and so on and so forth. The child is then rewarded with maybe video games. They're rewarded with credit to go to a university of their choice further down the road and what have you. And so a young mind is now separated from that need for belonging in the family to trying to get their own, basically it's opportunism, opportunism for what they believe is independent thought, which it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that exists, that very much exists. I mean, on that note, Jason, you probably have, and Stunt probably has, maybe Jeremy has, but all those great 60s and 70s sci-fi movies, man, like Soylent Green and ZPG, which stood for Zero Population Growth, and THX 1138, and all those movies, you know, about a utopian future.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they were fascinating when I was small, but oh my goodness, you know, like it's like a prophecy now. It's a prophecy now. I can't watch them, man. And I'm an adult, you know, I should know better, but no, it's kind of like your worst fears coming true.
Have you watched Black Mirror yet? Netflix?
Is that a series?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe I
watch
should...
it. Yeah, watch that. You'll have the same feeling.
Okay.
Maybe he doesn't want to.
Yeah, no, this came out. It came out pre-COVID, but oh my gosh, it laid it all out. Jeremy, we've talked about education. We've talked about the family dynamic. There's also an attack on males. So toxic masculinity, mansplaining. There's all these different ways to try and demasculate men and kind of take it out of society as a non. Like, it's not needed anymore. It's not a necessity anymore to have strong male role models and strong male fathers and strong male leaders. Is that also part of this design? Is this part of softening this all up?
For sure, because if you don't have the the traditional male you know, protective figure, whether that's, you know, a father figure, husband, you know, big brother, even, like, not in the sense of state big brother, but like, you know, there's a very natural instinct I have as an older brother to my younger sisters to be protective of them. And so if you demonize that and if you take that out of the equation, then the only protector that everybody's going to be looking towards is towards the state. And that's, you know, a recipe for slipping farther and farther towards totalitarianism.
For sure. And then Stunt, you've got a daughter, 16, not married yet, of course. But what if she came home with someone like, I don't know, Paul Chump's?
I'll tell you something, brother.
Like
I'll tell you something. I am as toxic alpha male as you could possibly get. I was born in a tow truck. I was raised on a farm. Yeah, according to what they say is a toxic male, I am probably it. But, you know, from a very young age, it was very important to me to be a man. Like, I realized, because my family was into like race cars and stuff, you know, so I always, from a very young age, had an image of what a real man was and noticed the ones that were not like me. And then all the changes, you know, over the decades where the standard or whatever to be like the stereotypical man, you know, changed. Like, man, I don't have a son, but I would love to take a son and, you know, get him his driver's license and his first hot rod and whatever. But I'm too old to have a son now, so I've tried dating. I've dated different women with kids who are like 16. My my sister has 2 boys. They're not even interested in getting their license anymore. It is so weird to me because like everyone I grew up with wanted their license in their first car when they were like 12 or 14. So yeah, just the way my life has been, I've noticed, things have been changing with what men were and what they're becoming, and the state plays a part in that. But I have to wonder, they're making it so people in Canada rely on the state for protection, but what about when the state needs protection? What about when we get invaded?
Right.
Then we use China. China, they'll protect us.
Yeah, we're going to have to, because there won't be anyone left. It'll be all, oh, you're a toxic male, and no fighting. Fighting's bad. Everyone needs a participation award. Got to feel good. I just see the generations that are coming, and I cannot imagine them being without their phone and having trench foot while sleeping in a trench with a bunch of guys and bombs dropping around everywhere. I think we are doomed if we allow this toxic male crap to continue. We need toxic alpha males.
Well, we would definitely need them if that happens. So, John, when Trudeau announced that his cabinet was going to be 50-50 on purpose, do you think that actually advanced females and leaders, or do you think that actually watered it down a bit by just picking based on gender?
Boy, you're giving me all the good questions there, Jason.
I'm making my way, and 10th, you're next. You just popped in, so you're 10th. You're next.
Can you guys even hear me, or is my mic cracked?
No, you're good. You sound great, actually, by the way.
All right. So, sorry. Go ahead.
So you're referring, Jason, solely to 50-50 male, female.
Right. He announced his cabinet was going to be half and half, and then he made it half and half. Male,
okay.
Female.
And you're asking me, do I believe that was an improvement?
Well, what I'm asking is did that actually help establish women as leaders, or did it help, or did it water it down? Because 2/3 of the MPs were male, and then 50% of the cabinet by design was female. So it was, you were pulling from a smaller group of females, and you eliminated a lot of males that were highly qualified for the job. Now, my question isn't about how many males and females.
He's frozen.
No, he's not. He's listening. I can see his eyes move. But the question is, did it help female leaders by specifically making it 50% female, or did it water down the whole purpose of having a cabinet selected by the best? Like, did it help the female MPs gain respect, or did it hurt their cause?
Well, respect is earned. It's not just automatically given. You prove yourself by deed, and not so much just by showing up and getting the T-shirt. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, Jason. You really don't hear much from any of the Liberal people outside of Freebird and Sockboy and Billy Blair and all the other cast of characters. So I've never really heard them speak to really qualify the depth of their character, if you know what I mean.
Fair. Yeah.
I don't think it's fair. I mean, I would love to see a woman step forward in this country. And I don't care the color of somebody's hide. It means nothing to me. Or it doesn't mean your affiliation with Almighty God or whomever you wish to worship. It means nothing to me. But I would like to see a woman step forward, like, Margaret Thatcher, right? Or somebody like that who's got, bigger KNUTS than most men. And that's what I would follow that person. I may not always agree with them, but I would follow that person. Just stand on your own 2 feet. Stand up for what you believe in. That's really how you prove yourself to me. I may not always agree with what they have to say, and that doesn't really matter. The truth of the matter is that they're prepared to lead, and they're prepared to make a decision. And that's what's most important to me. Somebody who can make a decision, right? For better or for worse. Make a decision. You know what, Jace? I really haven't heard much. We've got an an MP here where I am.
Yeah.
I won't tell you where that is because it gives it away. But
yeah,
they're known as Casper the Friendly Ghost because twice a year you get that nice two-sided greeting card that tell with a picture of their smiling face, and they tell you all the wonderful things that have been going on in Parliament. And then you don't see them actually, the living, breathing person again until the next election. So that's why they're Casper the Friendly Ghost, because they're always smiling, but no one can ever find them. That to me proves nothing. And that could be a man or a woman. So
nope.
you know what I mean? I'm not indirectly, I know I'm not really answering your question, but
it's okay.
The whole issue of visible representation for me, it means nothing. To me, it's where your head's at, man. It's where your head's at. We all breathe in and breathe out. And when we leave this carcass behind, we're just all a soul. So why get all wound up on that for the short period of time we're here? Really.
What did you think about Dr. Lewis when she ran for leadership of CPC? Did you listen to her at all?
Yeah, Dr. Lewis is Dr. Lewis. She's a doctor.
Doctor of Law.
Okay, so she was. Did she ever? I'm sorry. Did she ever practice as a lawyer?
I could look into it, but if you went that far, I would think you had some practice.
Okay.
Environmental law she specialized in.
Yeah, so she started out in the southeast part of Toronto. The bottom end of Scarborough, I think, is MP hopeful there. And then the province of Ontario kind of parachuted her in as an MPP hopeful, which she became an MPP in a riding not too far from where I am now. Here's my take on that. Yes, she's a woman of substance. Absolutely. And Paul Levere has probably done himself a favor by putting her in his shadow cabinet.
Yeah.
Here's where I have difficulty, not with her personally, but with anybody, and the initials JS come to mind. Good friends with Sockboy. And
oh yeah, okay, yeah. His classmate.
Right. Yeah. I'm a firm believer that if your birth certificate does not carry the name of one of the provinces or territories of this country, I don't believe that you should hold a publicly elected position that is tax paid. That's the way I feel, because I feel you don't have a vested interest. Now, if you're from somewhere else and you come here for a better life, that's wonderful. And that's what this country is really about anyway. My father-in-law came from Europe with nothing at 32 years of age and did not speak English, but he made something of himself through just hard work and determination. Something I never had to do, and I had that luxury of never having to do that. But his children can run for politics, and they can bring that work ethic, and they can bring that understanding of what it's like to grow up the child of immigrants. And I think that produces a certain integrity not found in politicians nowadays. I just don't believe in gifting anything to anyone. It's all hard won for all of us, no matter how long we've been here. My family just happens to have been here for over 200 years. I'm a 7th generation Canadian. And I thank God for that. But, Leslie Lewis, she's a fine woman. There's no two ways about that. And she will prove, hopefully in time, worthy of more opportunity within the party.
My hope is she breaks away, goes independent, and wins. But that's my pipe dream, because I think she would be fantastic independent in there. But if she can help fix or help add more soul to the CPC, that's another good mission too. 10th, I know your take on this next question. I'm going to ask you now because it's a good one, and I'd like to hear.
May I address what he was addressing first, real quick?
Yeah, go on. Sure.
Okay. First, has his mic been breaking up the whole time, or am I having an internet issue?
It must be you because it sounds fine to me.
Yeah, I hear it fine.
Oh, okay. Well, let me know if I start breaking up, and I'll do something about it.
Okay.
So he made one statement there, and you guys don't know who I am. I only just met Jason the other day. So don't take offense to the things that I say, even though you're going to. You need to understand I'm coming from a different perspective on everything, and I'm fairly well known around these parts. You guys do. So anyway, he said one thing there about that. Something about, see, I wanted to say something before I got high. I gotta stop smoking weed before I come in these panels because it becomes stupid. The whole Justin Trudeau thing about half women, blah blah blah. See, what my question about that is did he purposely do that to divide people, or is he inept to the point and so sheltered that he just believes that these proactive platitudes are going to make things better? I don't think he even thinks that they're going to make things better. I truly believe that he's just such a conformist that he doesn't even care. Like he's literally oblivious. He made that perfectly clear when he made the statements of people who hold the unacceptable views, blah blah blah. Literally, it's you do what I say because I'm daddy, right? So like all that has actually caused is more division. To even say that, you find me a woman anywhere in Canada, because the fucking women, sorry, I don't mean to swear on your panel, the women that I know and that I talk to every day, because I talk to thousands of people per month, right? They would never ever agree to any of those types of things. Maybe it's just a maritime thing, I don't know, but the women that I know, they run the household, right? The man says, here, talk to my wife. So to even suggest that there's no equality is absurd. So I think I don't know if he's smart enough to know that that's going to cause division. And so go ahead with your other question.
My other question was, is there a way to turn this around? Because we're talking about indoctrinating children. We're talking about sexualizing them. We're talking about attacks on the home. Is there a way to turn this around? Does it? Just yes. All right.
Yes.
The honking continues. And the honks do not stop until this country makes sense and we have our freedom back.
Yes, don't you thinking about that?
The only way.
Oh, there's more honks coming. The only reason there's no honks going on right now is because I'm broken down.
1 second, Tim. Okay, go ahead.
The only way to set things right is for anytime someone's like so. I have to set this up for you guys to understand. Is I spent the first 21 years of my life as a closeted bisexual, mostly gay man, right? And all I wanted was in the year 2002, when I had an abdominal problem and had to have surgeries and had problems for quite some time after that, that when my spouse, who was of the same sex, was in the hospital emergency room with me, that he had the same rights to.
Hey, that wasn't us. We're all sitting here waiting. Had the same rights. Oh,
lost him.
Yeah. Well, he did warn us. His connection was bad.
Here,
that wasn't me this time. There you go. Yeah, there you go.
Your things are going spinny.
It's you, 10th, and we're all on the edge of our seat waiting for the rest of the story.
Test. Okay.
Test.
So that's all I ever wanted. I switched to mobile. I'm having Wi-Fi issues.
Justin's all over you, 10th.
So that's all I ever wanted was to not be discriminated against. Okay? Because I heard all this stuff about natives being discriminated against right from native people, about black people being discriminated against right from black people. But you want to know something? Both of those camps were much more inviting towards a young gay man than the white people were, right? So I hung around with a lot of people of other ethnicities just because of that. And all I wanted was to not be discriminated against. And then I got those rights. And I said to everybody, I don't have any proof of it because it was in my personal life and I wasn't online until 3 years ago purposely. But I told everybody, okay, but the only problem is once we have the right to marriage like this, people are going to bastardize it. And suddenly this is not going to be about equality anymore. This is now going to be about us being special, right? That's why hate crime laws are stupid. All this stuff is stupid. So these are the way to fix things, is to stop looking at inequality, just like many, many black men have said through time. How can we stop racism? Well, how about we stop talking about it? How about we stop actually saying, unless somebody says, hey, I thought you couldn't skate because you're black, unless somebody says that, then we don't even talk about racism. I'm tired of these things being used as tools of division. There should be no gay person out there that supports children being transitioned to a different sex or having their body parts chopped off. Because if they do support something like that, then they must have also supported family members up until 1977 in Canada being able to put a gay person in a mental institution to give them electroshock therapy to cure their gayness. Because it's the exact same thing in every facet. Right. You have society making choices for persons. That is not their job. You're to mind your own business, and I'll mind mine. Otherwise, that's when the only possible result from that is violence, right? Like, so earlier today, I was watching some more Senate hearings from America. I haven't caught any of the new stuff from Canada because I just haven't had time, but I try to study people's behavior, right? And so when I see things that have been disproven since these discussions have been had, it makes me believe that they want violence, right? That's why I believe this whole thing, because all you hear from the two sides is this side of the coin, that side of the coin, right? You hear, well, these people say we should defund the police. And then these people say, oh, no, we don't want to defund the police. We want to reallocate funds. And I'm looking at the two different sides saying, hold on a second here. How come I'm watching, I can't remember, Ted Cruz. How come I'm watching him get up there and do speeches about, we have to support the heroes of law enforcement? Oh, okay. So are they all heroes? And because you and I had this discussion the other day, Jason, is I watch many videos, new and old, on a regular basis, where entire departments are found to be fraudulent. So, are they all heroes? I don't think so. So how come we can't talk about it like it's realistic? How come we can't say, okay, there's a 99% chance that there's a lot more cops out there shipping hard drugs in the middle of blocks of cheese because we already caught some of them doing it in Ontario within the last 20 years. So we really got to pay attention to that stuff.
Well, I got another one for you.
How come we're not talking about that?
It's not that we're not talking about that. We got lots of things to talk about. And I actually got a good one for you because I think you can help us understand this one specifically a little bit better. We're being told that the children need to get access to secret meetings with their teachers and to be able to be in a safe place and to be able to talk about sexuality, because if they don't get that safe place, there's a chance of suicide and that kind of thing. As a gay man, how do you feel about that narrative being used to try and indoctrinate children under the pretense of helping them with their sexuality.
How about this? How about make laws? How about this? How about this? Make laws that say if when your child turns 18, if they want you charged with crimes for not supporting their decisions, then we can look into it then. You can't hold a person responsible. Oh, yeah, definitely. Because you can't hold a person responsible for that child at the same time as telling them that they're not responsible enough to raise that child.
Right. So you're saying give the parents all the right and don't take any away because you're telling them to be responsible.
And then when that child turns 18, if they feel that you did a horrible job at raising them, that they can sue you and you can go to jail. How about that? Because I know a lot of people that should be in jail from the stuff that happened when I was a kid, but there's no protections.
Abuse, of course.
Sure. I would agree with anything criminal, for sure. Are you? I guess you're not a parent though, Tenth, are you?
I wouldn't have children specifically because I know that they're going to be used against you.
Yeah, I know you're probably not wrong on that one. But I can tell you as a parent that suggestion that I could be sued for my liable decisions, yeah, I don't think that would fly. But I would agree. Well, I would agree if it crosses into criminal, there should be repercussions.
No, I'm saying if your child, so say me for like. You
I'll answer that question quickly for you, Tenth, and I'm sorry to cut you off there, because even at 18 you're still impressionable, and even at 18 you still don't know what the heck you're talking about, and even at 18 you can say, hey, I thought I was a transgender person, but you didn't transgender me, therefore I'm going to sue you.
No. I'm talking about no. So you're making it specific. I'm talking about in general.
Well, in general, what do you mean by what would be a liability for parents to be suable? Just give me an example.
So let's say I'm 16, right? And I start dating a dude.
Okay.
And you tell me you're not dating that dude because I don't like F words. You effing F word.
Right.
And this is my house and you're going to do what you're told because I ain't raising no F word. All right? You're going to jail for that. Right? Because otherwise, see, you guys are all really, really lucky that these kids are going and attacking other people. Right? Because I'll tell you right now, and I've said this many, many times, in a book I wrote for fun, if I had it all to do over again with the knowledge that I have right now, and I went back in time to when I was, say, 12 years old, I'm going to, in a book I wrote for fun, not in real life, I'm going to commit such horrible atrocities that I would make the things that these other people have done look like nursery rhymes from heaven. Only because I'm old now and it's in the past am I allowing it to just lay in the past and stay there. But if I knew what was coming when those things happened, the level of violence that I would have met it with would be insurmountable. Right? So people really need to realize that these are independent human beings. But you shouldn't be chopping off their body parts. See, that's when you go into the absurd.
Okay,
you understand? But you also don't have the right to tell your son that he doesn't get to love another man at all. As soon as you start trying to impose that will on somebody, I agree. Same thing as you force your children to go to church. If they don't want to go to church, that's a crime as far as I'm concerned. You don't get to tell them that. This is something that's within themselves. And if you want to try to force that onto other people, even if it is your child, you're exactly the same as Trudeau. Exactly the same. I don't care what your beliefs are, just like this guy was saying. I could care less what you think or believe. You can guide a child, but you don't get to force them to do anything. Otherwise, you're exactly the same.
So you came in a little bit late on our conversation, but I don't know if you were listening before. One of the things that we identified was when we took discipline out of the home, because the government came in and informed children, child protective services, all this kind of stuff. And 10th, I'm sure we can absolutely agree that there's a difference between abusing your children and disciplining your children. There's a distinct difference between the two. I'm going to put abusing your children to the side here because that's not what my question's about.
Yeah.
Do you think that discipline removed from the home affected a generation or two? And do you think that might have contributed to even what you consider a decline on rights for children and respect for children?
What do you mean by discipline?
Well, I want to distinctly make, well, for starters, not what you described there for the 16-year-old, but teaching your children respect for adults, teaching your children respect for authorities, teaching your children respect for you, for others. Actually show it to them, demonstrate it to them. If your kid comes home with a report of being a bully, you deal with it.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Which there's an 85% chance in my experience that it's actually because somebody else is doing something that make them act that way. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the things we talked about was like, let's make this one simpler. Respect for teachers. So at one point we respected the teachers and the teachers respected the students, and there was a teacher-student dynamic and barrier.
Yeah.
Today, you know the sexual preference of your teachers.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, exactly. So is that a good thing? And that, now that we went on that slippery slope.
Well, I mean, no, I guess you could, because every teacher I ever had, you either find out that they have a husband or whatever. So see, sexual preference, who cares? It's talking about it. Like I never had any straight teachers talk about them having sex with their husband or wife. So why would you talk about that?
Yeah, you assumed if it was Miss, not married, Mrs.
No, actually, as a child, I think that none of us that I grew up with ever thought about our teachers having sex with except for maybe the one gym teacher. she was kind of hot, and so was her husband.
Right, and I think that's kind of the point. Is it wasn't even on anybody's mind.
No,
it wasn't even in the hallways. Maybe
no, but I mean, I watched a guy get attacked, and so you say respect for teachers. Who cares about respect for teachers? If the children respect themselves, they'll respect the teachers.
Right, and that's where I was going at. So it starts at home. So at home, if the child is taught to respect themselves and others, they go back to school, respect the teacher. Teacher respects the relationship. I think a lot of that is gone. Like, there's a lot more.
But why?
Well, for starters, we got furries with kids say they're cats and they have to be respected.
No, it's because we keep on making allowances for ineptitude, right? I remember one time when I had left school for quite some time. I've told this story many times throughout my life, where I would get lesser marks than other people, and teachers would tell me that even though my work was as good or better than those other people, I was capable of more.
I had the same thing. Higher standard they held me to.
So when you're making allowances for the ineptitude, that's where it all starts, right? If you got one kid that's stupid and the other kid that's smart, the kid that's stupid shouldn't get the same amount of resources to progress and take music lessons or whatever as the stupid kid. Why should they?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Tell me why they should.
Well, I hope you're suggesting we give more resources to the child that needs more.
No. Why should I be hobbled because someone else doesn't have the abilities I have?
I don't think we're take resources away from you to give more to the child who needs more attention. I don't think it's mutually exclusive.
Why? So you think that you have two kids. You have two kids. Let's say the younger one is 12 and the older one's 13. And the older one is dumb as rocks. You've had his IQ tested. He doesn't really have any learning disabilities. He's just dumb, right? He's got an IQ of maybe 97, right? Just about average intelligence. But then your other kid has an IQ of 130.
Sure. And
you think that the child who is not capable of as much as the other child, that the child who has a better advantage to start with should be disadvantaged to suit The other one?
No.
Dude, I'm gonna push hard on that one because I actually have child on both sides. So I have a very advanced
Right.
child and I have a Down syndrome child. And it sounds very, very hard to my ears to hear that my more advanced, able child would get more resources, while my other one wouldn't. So I would push back and disagree because I think it should go the other way. I think the one that has, I'm trying to answer you, but you keep talking. Because the natural advantage that you have is a natural advantage. As a human with a natural advantage, I don't think I need additional resources at all. In fact, I see it the other way. Don't give me the advantage. Give it to the one that doesn't have the natural advantage. And I'm fine with that because I don't need any resources to go ahead and take a next big step in my life. Whereas that's not the case for most or others. So that's why I push back on that 1/10, because I would rather my school dollars go to the ones that don't have the ability to do it naturally or independently, because they're the
so
ones
then you
that
must
actually
agree
need
with
it.
universal basic income then?
Not at all. In fact, if you go
Why not?
oh, wow, you just changed the subject completely.
This is it's the exact same thing. Is
absolutely not 10th.
Why should? Well, to me it is.
Well,
and see, that's what I mean is I don't think that the majority of people actually want to see a solution. They just want to complain about it.
You put it on there, so let me answer that, okay? Well, you wanted to know why they're not the same. Well, universal basic income was one payment to everybody every month. You're giving everybody the same thing. What you just advocated was to take away from the less advantage and give it to the higher advantage. So you're not talking about universal basic income.
I didn't say take anything away from anybody.
You did. You said the dumb kid should have less resources. The smart kid should have it.
No, I said equal or more.
Well, there you go. Well, equal or more.
Is that as soon as
that's a clever way of saying you're taking from one to the other.
No, as a person, as a human being, right? When I see that somebody else is given a job or something else because they supposedly are disadvantaged and they get it above me, just like I said about the marks in school, that, oh, well, I'm capable of more, then I just stop. Right? It's like, no. I'm not playing a rigged game. I am not going to play a game where every time someone else gets in front of me, I'm told, well, no, don't pass him because that's going to make you look bad because he has a disability. I am a disabled person. I don't expect special privileges because of it.
Well, see here, that's where we do agree. I don't agree with things like affirmative action. I don't agree with stuff like that. I don't agree with docking Chinese students in Harvard because they're smarter, and I don't agree with bumping up other students because they're not. I don't agree with any of that. But that sounds like what you're talking about, no? Like you're talking about giving other people more education because of their ability? I'm trying to understand your first point.
Is that there should be no special privileges. That's why I do agree with you. I disagree about keeping Asians out of Yale or whatever it was.
Yeah, Harvard is being sued for
I kind of don't agree with it, but if you're basing it only on that, then it's a problem. But it should be blind. Just like I think that you should have your social insurance number, specifically in Canada, right? And the rest of it should be blind. They shouldn't ever ask you what race you are, ethnicity, are you disabled,
I agree with that.
Anything like that, but they do.
Sure, but you added IQ as a discrimination point.
Yep. So it is a discrimination point. We automatically expect more of people who are capable of more.
Yeah, but you and I both went. Yeah, but we went through that one conversation in school, and I was told the exact same thing. My grades are lower than my peers because they expect.
And what did you do to compensate for that?
Nothing. I just finished school and went on with my life. Because why is that going to hold me
back?
And
I shut it down.
Did.
I just stopped.
Stopped what? Your education?
Participating.
Well, I would encourage you to get back in the game. It's a lot of fun.
No, it's not for me. It's not.
Well, see, this is
it's not fun to me. It seems like a waste of energy.
Okay, so I think we're getting into.
I'm taking over your panel. You go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm getting into territory where I don't feel comfortable because I'm not trained for that. But I do want to kind of get back to Jeremy and Stunt, and then back to John too. Jeremy, do you have kids?
I do not.
Perfect. And I don't mean that because you don't have kids. I mean that because it's perfect. My question. Okay, so we have John who has some older kids. I'm sure we got me. I got some kids. Stunt's got a 16-year-old. 10th is not having kids. I'm not going to put you under pressure and say you're planning kids or you want kids, but maybe there's kids in the future for you, and that will also mean education and school for them as well. So how are you feeling being, a little bit younger and heading in that direction maybe about where we're going to go with school and what's going to happen when you're ready for it? Have you given that any thought?
Not a whole lot. I mean, because I haven't given a whole lot of thought to having kids in the first place.
Right.
But
well, now you're on the spot. If there's any ladies out there, Jeremy.
But I mean, I think generally from my own experience of having experience with both public system, homeschooling, private school. Yeah. I think it really depends on. It depends a lot on the child. So for example, my oldest brother, he dropped out of public school in grade 3 for a number of reasons. One of them was because he was just so self-disciplined and applied himself, that he found that he was farther ahead, than most of the other students in the classroom, and he was just waiting for them all to catch up. So homeschooling made a lot of sense for him because he could get his work done, on his own, at his own pace, and then he could go on with other things. So he liked to get into hunting and fishing and backpacking and everything like that. He graduated homeschooling and went on to technical school and became an aircraft maintenance engineer. For me, I never had that kind of self-discipline or that kind of. I always needed the structure, more structure to and motivation from a peer group to stay on top of my studies. So for me, I needed to go out to a regular school, so to speak. In my case, a private school. I don't think I would have graduated otherwise. So I think it very much depends on the child and also on the parents' abilities. Like if the parents do have that ability, I think it would be ideal for them to homeschool. But once again, it depends too on the academic aptitude.
Well, I'll actually touch on that because we have to do it. Yeah. So we took our kids out. We're homeschooling, and that was a sacrifice. My wife gave up her career for that, and she had to learn how to become a teacher. That's a lot of work and things to do. And it's not for everyone, right? No. Stunt, your daughter, is she in private, public? And how do you feel that education's been going for her? Are you taking over some of the education at home, or how's that going with her, you think?
Well, she's kind of lucky because for the first 10 years of her life, she was living with me in rural Canada, and rural schools hadn't been contaminated with all that wokeness and stuff. So she kind of just made it out. Oh yeah, she just missed it. But still, like I told you, they were always on strike. It didn't seem like the teachers cared at all about children getting a real education. They don't teach cursive writing. They don't do real report cards anymore. They stopped taking attendance. It's like, what are you talking about? Are you even trying? And like, obviously, I spent a lot of time with her. Just being the way I am, I'm very much rural Canadian, I'm a self-declared redneck. It's a little bit harder to get that woke stuff through to me. So I guess I don't know. I just didn't really have to make an effort to, have her combat it. It just happened naturally. And what little I have heard about her education containing that stuff, she would come home and be like, my teacher's a nut that told me I could identify as a toaster if I really felt like one.
Right.
But then there was other things like the strikes, and the thing that really bugged me the most was one time they were doing a silent auction to raise funds for the school. And I do a lot of folk art and welding and stuff, and I made all these statues, and I donated them, and they did very well at the silent auction. And I asked my daughter, what did they do with the money? All the teachers got iPads in 2012. Teachers were all walking around taking iPads home for the weekend, and I'm like, you're kidding me. Like, is school about kids anymore, or what's going on here? Because it is sure not what, like when I went to school in French class, if I didn't pay attention, I stood on my desk.
Yep.
Like, school was serious when I went there. Yardsticks were broken on desks. I had shoes put on my desk with my teacher pointing at them. I had one teacher that was a war veteran, and he quit smoking, and he would get so stressed out he would, like, unintentionally, like a twitch, smoke in class. You know, like put his empty fingers up to his mouth. Like, teachers were very, very serious back then, and they cared. I'll tell you, I was a very bad student. I was a very bad kid. I never wanted to be a lawyer. I wanted to be a mechanic. I didn't care about their books. I had go-karts at home. You know, I was bad. And they would send a counselor from the school to my house, and they would come and pick me up and drive me to school. And, you know, they would give me in-school suspensions and make me stay there in like a prison, man. Not in a classroom, in like a little room by myself with the teacher guarding the door after hours for free, probably, because they cared. And you know what? Thank God for them, because I ended up straightening out, getting an education, going to college. I got multiple different educations that are post-secondary, and you know, I owe those teachers a lot because they cared. They really cared. And now it's like, you know, every September I gotta go buy pencils and lined paper for my kid. It's like they don't even provide a paper anymore. I have to teach my kid how to sign her name because they don't even have the energy to teach cursive writing. It's like part of your identity. It's like an art. And it makes me really sad that they don't, because back in the day, man, they had scrolls and calligraphy, and you could tell a lot by a person by looking at their signature and their cursive writing and stuff. And now it's just like text on a screen, ones and zeros,
emojicons.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I don't recognize it at all, and I'm thankful that I missed it completely, and my daughter missed most of the lunacy. I don't know what I would do now, but I would absolutely not trust these teachers with my child. No way.
No kidding. No kidding. And John, do you have your children? They're grown up now? You have children grown up, or?
I have 3 wonderful young people. My youngest is in her 3rd year of university. I am thankful. I don't think there isn't a day that goes by that I am thankful that they are now free of the public educational system. I mean, it wasn't the be-all and end-all, and there was times it wasn't easy. My wife and I, you know, we had discussions, shall we say, with teachers and principals over the years, and we just didn't see eye to eye. I wonder if maybe it's an entitled business now. Like university and college, at least here in Ontario, they're businesses.
Mm-hmm.
So they invent programs for people to take, programs that when you get your piece of paper, your diploma or your degree, it will lead to really no tangible employment. It's just saying that you spent 3 or 4 years in a post-secondary institution and you were able to go through the stuff, and now you've got that stuff, that you've got that degree, you've got that diploma, and maybe you'll come back and spend some more money. So I think the 10th sounds like he's maybe out on the rock.
I think he's on the east, yeah.
In the East Coast, okay. So, and Jeremy, I think, is an Ontario guy.
Calgary.
Oh, he's an Alberta guy. Jace is an Alberta guy, and Stunt he's still an Ontario guy, I think.
Ottawa, yeah.
Ottawa. Okay, so here, I I say the educational system needs to be made an essential service, like police and fire and ambulance. Take away the right to strike, decertify the union, right? Make them employees of the system. Get rid of this hierarchy of teachers can be paid according to their level of education. And
okay, but will we have the same type of transparency that we do and ability to vote people out and stuff like that as we would on a school board in this institution that you're suggesting, or would it be just another government organization that we have no control over and they can change on a whim?
No, 10th. For instance, when you go to vote, right? When you go to vote, let's say you go to vote in your municipal election, or you go to vote even in the provincial election. It's no longer just choose the candidate you want. One check mark and you file that ballot. No. Now you're going to go vote for your member of parliament, for your local mayor, for your director of education, maybe for your chief of police. You're going to vote for all those people. And they're going to be tenure driven. So they're not going to be there for life. They're going to be there for maybe 1 or 2 terms, and that's it. I hope you enjoyed it. You got the T-shirt. Now be on your way. You get somebody.
Right, you got your $80,000 a year pension. I don't know what more you want. I love some of these people. If you look into it, somebody went in the military for 4 years. Then they were city councilman. Then they were, you know, whatever, 7 or 8 different things. And then all of a sudden they got a $250,000 to $500,000 a year pension coming out of the public dime. It's like, hold on a second, bro. Just like you're talking about privilege, these people got there because they knew the right people, and all of a sudden it's just a nice little cult.
No, I agree. That's a condition of capitalism. That's a condition of the society we live in. But you're going to find it in socialism as well. All you can do is really cycle the people in these positions more frequently. Now, a teacher should go through a period of probation, and it should be based upon their effectiveness in the classroom. The same way police officers or firefighters or whomever has to go through a period of probation. If you don't meet an operational standard within a prescribed period of time, that's it. They ask you to go on down the road. The same, I remember my son, when he first started school, there were actually 2 teachers in the 2 grade 1s in the school. One had a bachelor's degree and one had a master's degree, teaching the same grade.
And if you like this video, remember to like and subscribe and press that notification button to receive more information like this. You can also follow me at yellowhead.vote to stay informed and get the inside scoop. Thank you.